When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the
Tell me love me. 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 Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. 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 You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay.
Hello everybody, welcome to Valorant Challengers Northeast. I haven't seen that before, that was absolutely insane. I'm feeling hyped up now, I hope you guys are, because we have 4 days of playoffs to go. That's 6 super exciting games, and I don't know why I'm here. They brought me back once again. I guess I just know how to keep these guys in line, but we do have somebody who does know who they're talking about. So, MP, how are you doing? It's been a while since I've seen you.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back and to be back with you, Twiggy. I really enjoy doing this show, and honestly, I think we have some amazing games coming up today. I'm kind of sad that we don't have any Finnish players left here. Obviously, we had Havu, we had Brady at Wild, we had Whoopit and Kalkuna at Formulation Gaming, but none of those got to reach this playoff stage. They got left in the upper Swiss phase, but I think we have a lot of great teams here, great players, and I'm excited for this week.
Yeah, and in fact, because we've diversified so much now, it's Northeast. We don't really have that many Northern European players anymore. And in fact, most of them are going to be taken out today. We have 2 games today, and both of them are elimination / promotion games. 4 teams are going to be getting through to Challengers EMEA, and both of the 3rd and 4th teams that are going to get through are going to be decided today in today's games. It's Sweet and Sour and Metisport first, and then we're going to get Zero Tenacity and Enterprise Esports coming up. And the loser of those is going to be out, and the winner of those is going to be in Challengers EMEA alongside Checkmate and Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have already 2 classic matchups here. Yeah. Obviously, Sweet and Sour Metisport, for everyone that followed Polaris previously, knows that this is an absolute classic matchup. Not quite the same players on the roster, but having to see these names, these team names, you already know it's going to be a banger. Zero Tenacity, Enterprise Esports, even though this is like the first time I'm seeing them in here in Northeast. They have already clashed twice against each other, so it's a classic, and they have clashed against each other previously as well in the Eastern region.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it really couldn't. The storylines could not be set up any better for today. These are 2 matchups that people have seen all over the place before. No matter whether you're coming from the East region or the North region, you are probably looking forward to today, and hopefully it's going to be a banger of 2 games. So 2 best of 3s are going to be coming up, and I can't wait to get started on them. Our first matchup today is going to be Sweet and Sour versus Metisport. Sorry, and I mean, these are names that we know from North, at least us 2, very familiar with these 2, but these are not the same teams that we are used to, especially Sweet and Sour. You know, you're going to be used to that name. However, this isn't the same team that was in the Ascension play-ins, and it isn't even the same team that was in the qualifiers last month. They have had a lot of changes come through. We've gotten rid of 4 of them, and now we've got Defo, Ianto, Viti, and Diseased as well on this one. So there's a lot to go through, but they've been performing well. They performed really well in the upper Swiss, and they've had a little more trouble since then, but hopefully they can get their stride back.
Yeah, I mean, 10-3 this year. They have gone 10 wins, obviously 3 losses only, which is going to be really rough to beat when you're Metisport. And Metisport, they have 4-1 record this year with this roster. But having to see Defo on that roster, you know, knowing that the experience is definitely there. Defo maybe didn't have the best previous game, but that guy knows how to shoot. That guy knows how to play the duelist. Obviously, Masters 3 champion from Gambit, played in Gang Gaming in China as well, alongside Deceased as well. So a lot of synergy there as well between those players. But Metisport, I think they have a lot of experience as well. Cider, obviously standing in alongside FPX in Masters Copenhagen. Played Alliance, a lot of Polaris experience as well. If we take a look at this roster, this is a team that is no new names on Polaris, or a lot of reoccurring names, I should say. Obviously, Cider, Anguist, and Yusu all coming back to this league. I think this match is gonna be amazing. We haven't seen these teams play out in this year yet, so I think it's gonna be interesting.
Exactly. We've seen both of them do well in the upper Swiss bracket, but now is when it really matters. And unfortunately, only one of them is going to get through to Challengers EMEA. Let's take a look at Sweet and Sour first. Obviously, a completely different team to what we are used to before, but these guys have been performing well. Their map vetoes have been looking good. I think they have a good base to go off of right now, but it all matters today. This is where it's going to come into fruition or, you know, end in disaster for them. I'm excited. I mean, I've seen good quality from this team so far, but we haven't really seen a lot of everybody yet. You know, this has not been a long season. This has not been a long split. We've only seen a few best of ones and some best of threes, like a couple of best of threes to get a good idea of what is going on. But this is a team with quality. You cannot say it any other way. You've got experience and you've got quality in this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that experience has been really tremendously good for Sweet and Sour. Obviously, they went against Wild, Unsigned, Exo Clan. A lot of those games went to OT, 14-12, 14-12, and 14-12. So I think that's where we see a lot of this experience coming through. Defo being able to keep their nerves down, maybe actually supporting that team as well. Brave coming in the coach slot, I think that's huge as well. A lot of experience from there. I think this team has so much synergy, but they have that terrible loss under their belt against Checkmate. That was absolutely a disaster for them. 13-3, 13-4. You cannot lose like that, especially when we look at the other side. Metisport, they actually won against Checkmate. Yep. So I think when looking into these two matches, it's gonna be hard to pick it out. Maybe Sweet and Sour, maybe they just had a bad day. But when you take a look at that, I think it's hard to not go for the side of Metisport and have a little bit leniency towards that side.
Yeah, and I know this is something that we're kind of used to, at the very least in North. I don't know how much, this is a pattern that you could see in East, but coming into this split, these two teams were kind of known for being a bit either here or not. Sweet and Sour did very well on their days, but weren't as amazing off their days. Obviously, different team now, but you get the idea. All of the teams that were in this kind of tier 2 league had these kind of off and on days, and it really matters when it matters. So when you're losing against a team that you shouldn't be, that's a bit worrying for you. Metisport as well, though, they have their weak points. I think Pearl specifically we can take a look at in a bit. There are weaknesses to exploit on both of these teams, but I think Metisport as well line up really well into this split. Both of these teams have the quality. It's whether or not they can bring it in the server today when they most need it.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I love for Metisport is that they have actually taken that Teho in their composition. They are running quite a lot of that Breach Teho. Actually, 3 out of the 5 maps that they have played, they've been bringing that composition into fruition, whereas Sweet and Sour haven't really taken that. And from that, I kind of want to take a look at a head-to-head between Afun and Verzi. I think this is such an interesting combination of players. Verzi, who hasn't actually had an official in 1.5 years prior to this, it was really surprising for me that they have actually brought him in. I think Verzi had a lot of struggles in the first 2 games, but he has been picking up ever since. And one of the most interesting things between these 2 players, they are mostly controller players, or have been. But all of a sudden, they have been pushed to that initiator role. Verzi more to that flash initiator. Afun is still leaning towards that fade, maybe even picking up Harbor here and there. But it's going to be so interesting to see how this new role is going to be in terms of these players. I think Afun has been struggling a little bit more than Verzi, and Verzi has been picking up really good and was a crucial part in that win against Checkmate as well.
Yeah, I mean, the meta as it stands right now is kind of going the way of a double controller at the moment, but on some maps we do go back towards that double initiator, and that is where these guys come into play. They mainly play controller, but they'll sometimes pick up the initiator for their teams, and that kind of adaptability is really useful, especially in 2 teams where, especially for Sweet and Sour, they are a very comp diverse team. They have a different comp on every single map. In fact, sometimes they change up comps between the same map over and over again, whereas Metisport are a little more scrapbook kind of based. They'll have a comp for a map, and that is just how they play it. But yeah, these are 2 teams that have very different ideas. I think Metisport like to go double initiator a lot more than Sweet and Sour, but at the same time, they can both change up their comp on any given day.
Yeah, and Sweet and Sour, I think they have these pocket picks, obviously going with the Reyna and Phoenix on Pearl is I mean, I don't really like it too much. I think Enterprise Esports has taken it a little bit as well, Zeke playing that Reyna. I don't like it too much. I think Teho even bringing that into Pearl might be something that you want to see. Vice is such a crucial player there. KO getting that information. having that duelist as a Phoenix, as a Reyna, is gonna be a little bit question mark. Obviously, you have a lot of pressure to fight that A long, but this is gonna be interesting where we're gonna go with this split ban coming through. I don't think it's too big of a surprise.
No, they don't usually veto that one straight away, but that was probably going to be vetoed out by Sweet and Sour either way. Haven is next, and this is interesting from Sweet and Sour because half of the time they pick Haven and half of the time they ban it. They never float it. They either pick it or ban it straight away. So now that that's been banned, Abyss is probably going to be it's going to be Fracture probably first from Metasport, and then we'll probably go to Abyss for Sweet and Sour here.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And I think here, Sweet and Sour, they had to weigh their options, whether you want to ban Haven or Fracture. And they decided it's better to let Metasport have that Fracture and actually ban Haven because they didn't feel maybe too comfortable. What Metasport actually has going for them in both of these maps is that Breach Tehel comp, which I think is really, really dominant, especially in both A mains. But on Fracture as well, you can play that heavy B push. A lot of stuff can be done with that Breach Tehel comp, and it's going to be interesting to see where Sweet and Sour is actually going to go with that, because they haven't played a single Fracture this year. Obviously not a surprise.
Pearl surprised me a little bit. Both of these teams have always floated Pearl right until the very end, but I noted when I was looking at the teams that Metasport only have a 33% win rate as this team on Pearl, despite the fact they've floated it every time. So I did pick that up as a weak link for them. They have gone ahead and done that, and Sweet and Sour have left Bind until the very end. Metasport have banned that first 80% of the time. So the fact that they've left it to the end interests me a little bit.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit of a surprise. Obviously, Metasport, I think they would have gone for Bind ban, and if Abyss was picked. They usually like to ban Bind there and maybe not float it too much. I was expecting Lotus there, but I think Bind is going to be interesting. It's not given for either one of these. Metasport, they haven't played a single Bind this year. Obviously, they have only played 5 matches, so they might have something up their sleeve. Is it going to be that they have Breach comp in Bind as well? It's really prominent. You have to take that B long control, especially when you're attack, and Teho is so good on that. On bathroom control as well. If we are even going to go to the Bind, I mean, that's the question. Are we going to go all the way there? I'm not quite sure about that. Fracture, I do think Metasport, they have the upper hand there for sure.
It does seem that way. Sweet and Sour generally try to veto out Fracture. In fact, it's been their first veto half of the time that they've played in this split. I doubt they're very confident on it, which means they're probably going to give that first map away to Metasport. You never know what's going to happen in the server, but that seems to be the way it's going. Metasport have a 100% win rate on that one. And then when we get to Pearl, it could go either way, really. Sweet and Sour do have a 66% win rate on there, but they float it. They don't pick it actively, so they can't be insanely confident on it. And then, as we get to Bind, I have no idea what to expect. Neither of these teams really play Bind that much.
Yeah, the biggest thing I think for me in Pearl is Sweet and Sour. They have switched their composition every time. Sure, it was only Reyna to Phoenix in the last 2 matches, but I think that's still a significant switch, especially. I think that sends a signal that we are not entirely happy with the composition and how we played it, and we're going to switch it. Some of these teams, well, maybe not at this stage, but they tend to go to the map veto. They're like, oh, we weren't kind of expecting this map. Let's just pick some kind of composition that we are happy with. Obviously, Sweet and Sour here, they picked it, so I hope that's not the case. But for Fracture, I think there's also devil's advocate to be played with. Maybe they have actually saved their secrets on this map, but I do think they have to play that Breach Teho composition. Honestly, I think that's one of the most strongest compositions right now.
Yeah, I don't think... that's the thing. They're not really going to be super comfortable on it. Ianto usually plays a Sova on most maps other than like Lotus and Split, so that is going to require a little bit of change from the team. Adaptation, I think they're very capable of it. Obviously, they have experience on the team, and I'm sure they'll have prepared for a game like this where they're playing up against a team that loves Fracture. But yeah, Metasport do have the upper hand here, at least very much to begin with, and I think probably over the course of the series. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I do think so as well. I think it's going to be interesting whether they're actually going to go for the fade in Fracture. That could be something. I think Afun is quite comfortable with that agent. There could be some different variations, maybe with the Sky as well. I know there's a lot of different compositions that you can play, but here we have it. Oh,
okay.
It's not going to be that Teho breach composition, but at least there's a breach. I think that KO is a good substitute in terms of having that Teho. It gives more information, but I don't think it has that much shutdown power compared to Teho, because you have Fragment that is only one use of a round.
This does not fill me with confidence for Sweet and Sour. This is a comp you would have seen back when I last hosted a Valorant event, which was about a year ago. So I think this is a comfort comp for these guys. I don't think they have a strat book on this one, which, I mean, I'm not sure if they really have a strat book on any maps. They seem to play it by ear, but yeah, this doesn't really fill me with confidence for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of them picking their comfort picks, I think I'm really happy with that, because that's always good, but I don't know, it's yet to be seen.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if we're ready to go straight to the casters yet. I haven't, I don't know. Either way, I'm interested to see what these guys will do on here, and that comp, you know what, I haven't seen anything like that for a while. It's a double initiator comp that you would have seen literally a year ago, so I want to see how it stacks up against the newer compositions.
Yeah, but we have Ryan and Pavlos casting this action. Let's go there.
Oh, it's always lovely to see those two on desk, both Twiggy and MP. Lovely people and terrific broadcast talent as well. But what is also terrific about today, Ryan, is the matches we have at hand. Both teams that made it out 3-0 out of the main Swiss stage are now on that final step where they either win and make it into Challengers EMEA or lose and drop out from the tournament as a whole.
Yeah, and teams, at least organizations or names for teams that we have some experience in from last year with Metasport and Sweet and Sour. In those previous times, it was always Sweet and Sour that came out on top, maybe a couple of maps now and again. But in every sense, other than the names of these teams could not really be any more different. And on a map that we didn't see at all last year as well, with Fracture's reintroduction. Like Twiggy was saying on the desk, this is a map that Sweet and Sour have been banning out, they've been trying to avoid playing, but Metasport have forced their hand. And with this Teo comp, Metasport have looked really strong in it. They're defending first. Sweet and Sour wanted to choose to attack. And they're going to be putting a lot of bodies towards Arcade.
That's exactly what they're going to do. Sweet and Sour on the attack, Metasport on the defense as we get things rock and rolling for the first map of this series. An elimination, but also challenges the EMEA qualification match. Defo straight in, ends up with one, although had a bit of difficulty getting there from the get-go. Burzy somehow able to line up a shot through the smoke, making it all doable and keeping equilibrium, but you can't hold back anymore because Metasport have got a lurk making. But it's not going to happen because Sweet and Sour are aggressing themselves. Oh, taking matters into their own hands. Multiple fights in multiple directions, but Metasport are ready for it. And the only player left on site is Afun. And he's forced to make a 1v4 work. No. Yeah, you can't expect this to be doable. And that's a quick way for Metasport to end up on top in the leaderboard from the first round.
I think Metasport played that one really nicely. They went for this flank, they broke the Cypher trip and camera from behind Sweet and Sour, and all they did was wait. Like, Sweet and Sour were just a little bit worried, I suppose, of, oh, we know that they're like flanking. Maybe the camera saw 2, 3 players, however many it was. So they made the proactive call to try and go into defender spawn in the center of the map. Metasport just hung around corners, little crossfires. Sort of cooked up Sweet and Sour with a lot of pressure and forced them to make a mistake.
So, right, best start possible for Metasport. You like to see the intention from Sweet and Sour, though. A little bit of a aggression of their own, try to keep Metasport, you know, guessing what the next move is. Sweet and Sour, always under the leadership of Afun, had those very explosive aspects.
It's going to be hard, I think, for Sweet and Sour looking at comps. Just a KO knife is the only real bit of information that you can work with. Nothing like a recon dart, a horn. You don't even... The drones are the main one. There's so many, like, 50-50 corners that you need to clear. AO obviously has his little drone that he can go around on. Skydog, Prowlers, Aldron for Sova. Yanto, 20 seconds before he can get some real information, and Chinook's using that to his advantage, playing a nice off angle, able to pick up a couple more.
At the moment you start to think, maybe Taro isn't the best pick, it could work. Oh, well, Chinook is showing you that it doesn't matter what agent he is on. A triple kill already in his hands, looking to pad up the stats on Sweet and Sour's eco. And he might even be getting another one as Defo moves up into the screen, never mind. But now it is misery as Metasport go 2-0 with just a couple of casualties.
Able to juggle a couple of guns too, make sure that they're going into this bonus with a rifle, with a bulldog, and I think the Marshall in the hands of Chinook.
Sure.
I don't think the buy was really that big for Sweet and Sour, so no half armors really. Nothing that they're skimping out on money-wise other than Defo not having a boom bot. But a couple of kills there means that he's not that far away from having a showstopper. Maybe potentially during this round. Sweet and Sour, curious on how this is going to play. A map that they've just avoided for the most part. And the aggression's coming out from Jisoo straight away.
It's pretty damn cool to see. Metasport know exactly what they're doing here. And Defo requires retaliation. Blast back to try and see if he can get a better angle on this. Stun comes through. Chinook, quick thinking and quick pressing of the buttons to get him out of harm's way. And Sweet and Sour, without being able to win another fight, and steadily put Metasport ahead. And this was a buy round for Sweet and Sour. This would have been a must-win. Instead, it's Metasport to gain full control of the round. Defo, the only player remaining. Well, now it's the C's actually, the last player remaining. But yeah, really well played by Metasport there.
Disease made a lot of traction towards the B site. It was completely open, but I do like the way that Metasport just cut off Defo from the rest of the team. Knew exactly where he was, knew that he didn't drop down to site. Jisoo picked up a 3k first and last kill in the round. And a really nice bonus, really only losing one player that might have had a Marshall at most. So you have really good ultimates, you have a lot of money starting to build up, and you force Sweet and Sour onto an early eco.
I mean, Ryan, we knew already that Sweet and Sour might have a hard time on Fracture given how good Metasport have been on this map, but it's actually a different thing to see it live, right? See actually why Metasport are so solid, the fundamentals that they've got going, and even on defense, which is the crucial part for this one, right? To take matters to your own hands, be the aggressors.
They're playing Fracture just properly on this defense. So many teams that we saw, especially during like the Swiss phase, have just been way too passive, sitting in positions like Cider was kind of there, and you sort of saw exactly why you shouldn't be in those positions, but it's fine. Anguist is deciding to play on site against the eco. He's surviving, but it's precarious where he's playing.
He's done pretty damn well. Somehow Sweet and Sour have kept this very much contestable, but no. Metasport are able to avert the crisis and carry that round over, but it got scary. Those sheriffs were hitting.
At least some damage done, but I think Sweet and Sour just need to be able to get around on the board. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, there'd be the ways to get into it. Null Command as well for Yanto, not too far away. But the Tay ultimate, ready in the hands of Chinook. Almost having big ultimates themselves, but it's the proactive, aggressive nature for Metasport at the start of these rounds that's finding so much success.
Well, Defo will try and be the first to pounce. Burzy hiding within the smoke. Jisoo goes right after him, but it's Burzy to get the pickup instead. Armageddon forced out. So Sweet and Sour, without a care in the world, tried to go for round two. Chinook is pushed past them. They really do not get the information across quick enough. Chinook has done what he's needed to, and Burzy is as accurate as ever. A quadra picked up by the Madman as Metasport go 5-0 up.
I can't think of a period where 5 rounds have gone as fast as this. We've been casting like 2 minutes, and I swear like we're halfway done in the round, and yeah, Sweet and Sour taking a timeout. One of the things that Brave AF might say, the coach, is slow down because these rounds have been ridiculously pacey.
Yeah, both teams pressing the double key, no stop, non-stop.
But I think that's what I was saying, like, so many teams, especially like in your own ranked games, even going as high as like Ascendant Immortal, just, it's so easy to sit back and be passive, like, oh, we're just gonna like wait by defenders spawn if they're gonna push out of like a main. But at that point, if you start getting pincered on, you can't play on site because you end up getting crunched or executed on by stuff like arrays or whatever, or you just can't play a retake from those positions. It's incredibly hard over on the A site in itself. So what you need to do, fight for A main, use a lot of utility, hold on to it. If that's becoming too much of an issue, play from dish, take that space. Maybe have people on the other side of the map crunching arcade and taking the top half of those positions. It means that at least then you can come through defender spawn and dish when you try and go for a retake. You might be able to use the zipline to get all the way around as well behind them in A main. Metasport are not playing passively at all. They're grouping up as like 3, being aggressive in different positions, and this time they're going for arcade.
Yeah, the rounds add up. Pistol and follow-up. Only 2 buy rounds have been played out by Sweet and Sour so far. Most luck they've had were on pistols. This time around, it's a shaky buy. One that could also inflict quite a bit. The ultimates available. Metasport. They've wrapped around one side of the map, therefore know that the south part is where Sweet and Sour lie. Process of elimination is in their favor as the A site is handed over. Defo hiding within the smoke. Very close to Anguist here. Followed up by the stun, but it's Anguist to get the pickup. Oh, it could have been the double. Somehow recovered. Juicy in the middle of the action. Metasport were ready to pounce, and Rolling Thunder's thrown out in main. Who will be able to get the pickup onto Disease? Push coming through. Disease finds his own cover within his own little cage. Chinook is the one to get the pickup instead. Metasport have closed in. So Rolling Thunder's been forced out by Sweet and Sour as well. Chinook is accurate. Metasport on fire. Defo on the wrong side of the site, and Chinook cleans up. That is ridiculously clean by Metasport.
He's almost got his second annihilation. Oh, Armageddon, sorry. Was it you that I was running to this issue with, or was it Mitch?
Probably Mitch. I don't remember it.
Because you have an ultimate for Deadlock, it's
Deadlock.
Annihilation, and then Armageddon.
It's called Deadlock the Cocoon.
Like, this is a hell of a shot. One thing the Metasport have been, it's very much warmed up mechanically. They've not really given Sweet and Sour much of an opportunity to take fights, and when you've got players like Defo, Diseased, Viti on this team, you want them to be able to get comfortable with their aim. So far, it's just map control. The setup for Metasport there, you've got like zonal tripwires. Once they get information, you can set yourselves up with a Rolling Thunder breach ult for the retake. And you can tell that Sweet and Sour are missing like information. They're dying a lot in the smokes as they try to peek out of them. There's so many little angles that Metasport are playing from that it's hard to clear.
Very true. Very true. Defo in the right position to punish Cider as a little bit of strike flushes him out. More aggression may follow suit, but somehow Burzy keeps finding them in positions he shouldn't. Anguist will try and take charge, but it's Juicy to connect first. It is ridiculous where these trades are heading every single time. Diseased. High ground is his. Neural Theft revealing from Anguist, and there's a follow-up from it as well. Defo, all by himself, desperate times, but it's just Metasport all day today.
I mean, this is brutal. One thing that the desk was saying, like, Metasport have looked really good on this map. Granted the fact that they've only played it twice, but it's those wins of, like, against Chakma, right? Who are one of the teams going to the EMEA challenges from Northeast. And look, frankly, one of the best teams in the region right now. And then also Elise that have been really impressive so far during this stage. So it's not like 2 wins against, you know, sort of immortal Indy, I don't know, and his goons, right? It's no like premier team that they're getting these wins. It's against some of the best teams in this region. So yeah, Metasport's Fracture is looking the best so far in Northeast.
Right there.
Completely agreed. Some solid stuff shown by both teams. But it's Metasport that seems to be hitting the best today. Z's trapped. Got a thing to do. Defo, aggressive on the side. Can he lurk out and see? Whereas opposing Anguist lies. Never mind. Anguist is good for the one before he drops, so he makes sure that Metasport have got the numbers. As they're already on the site? How quick have they moved here? Aftershock dropping through together with the Armageddon. It does flush out the rest of the aggressors, but it's Burzy that keeps under pressure and forces players onto him. I just can't get how Metasport are winning these fights over and over again.
I mean, they're playing with a little bit of fire there, I think. Like, they don't know what kind of buy Sweet and Sour are going to be running with. And it's been a couple of times now where Anguist has played on the A site against an eco, right? You don't want to necessarily go down early. Sweet and Sour forced to use another timeout, and I swear this is one of the fastest halves that I think I've ever casted, really. Not only is it one-sided in score, but these rounds are over in a flash. I think there's maybe 1-2 plants that Sweet and Sour have managed so far. The rest have just been shut down at the door.
Yeah, Braveth. He's trying to get his point across.
Mad AF.
Mad AF. Yeah, in moments like these, you do need a stern voice. And hopefully for Sweet and Sour, Brave AF can be that for them right now. It's a tough one, right? You're in the process of being potentially eliminated. Sure, it's the first map of a series, but starting like this is not what you want. You need to be online today, because winning this series could also get into what is probably your goal for the first split, make it into Challengers EMEA. Getting so close by getting 3-0 in the main Swiss, doing some solid performances throughout it, winning against some pretty damn strong teams, and losing the Metasport here right now will hurt. So they have to get online and quick. It might not be this round, though, given their financial situation.
Anguist giving away his position to just make sure that he's not suppressed by this KO knife. There's a lot of utility relying on him not being suppressed. But here's that proactive nature from Metasport again. Not breaking the trip just yet, but enough off angles that these players are going to walk right into them.
Yeah, smooth sailing.
It's brutal.
Destroyed. Camera taken out.
It's a sea of oil without just any bumps, no waves, no hard tides. Metasport are having the ride of their life. And Sweet and Sour struggling to hold on to their sail. 9-0 with 3 rounds to spare in the half. This is where we get to see whether Brave F's words pay off.
Really strange, I guess, that we've got to this point. I think Twiggy was talking about it when it comes to like the vetoes and stuff, that this is a map that Sweet and Sour were consistently taking out. But they actually opted to take out Haven instead, a map that they have been 4-1 on, I'm pretty sure, going off their form. A good map for both teams. They decided to take it out and risk the fracture. Even their pick of Pearl is an odd one when you look at some of the form and what they could have had options with.
God, that is confidence harming.
Launching smoke.
Shock inducing. Sweet and Sour already on the back foot. They've got the B site on their mind. No obfuscation, no funny business. Just a double-sided approach.
And a showstopper.
Incendiary finds it smart quickly. Well placed. Jersey from the bird's nest. Yanto below, showstopper to be initialized. Defo going for the chase, but it's Berza to win the fight on one end, giving the comfort for Cider to do his thing on the site itself. Metasport, a fine and well-oiled machine, completely bulldozing through Sweet and Sour for 10 rounds consecutive.
It's one thing to be able to take out Yanto there as that execute's going on, but to take out Defo as well, he gets information with the KO knife Yanto that there's 2 sort of playing in tower, or at least around that position. But of course, because it's just a KO knife, it doesn't tell you specifically where they are the same way that a recon dart or a pawn would. Whilst all that's going on, Jusu's able to just go out and take a peek. Nobody's really expecting him, nobody can stop him.
That's gotta be such a frustrating feeling for Brave AF, not being able to do anything anymore. Hands off. It's down to the boys to make the magic work. A spark to be lit again. Sweet and Sour look deep into their pockets for this one. Just an orb away from Viti, who potential orbital strike at play. This time they haven't lost the play in the first few seconds. Can they hold on for a full 5-player take of the B site?
And the null command, just gonna pull it out. It seems that it's still, again, like they're just trying to get some good pace here. Work out where the Cypher is, shorty in hand, but at least able to clear it out. And this is probably the biggest player advantage that Sweet and Sour have had so far this map.
Yeah, hand over the spike as well to Vidi. Try to get the spike down and get the orbital strike as well for the guarantee. Forced into a fight though, which Shinnick does indeed win. Sure, you've got the advantage on numbers, but the showstopper's out from Jusu and it's looking for its target. Viti sidesteps. And with 30 seconds on the clock, Metasport have put the pressure on because Metasport need to cross out into the open and punch that spike down. Smokes will fade, giving Metasport clear room. Have they moved positions? Sweet and Sour, questions on their minds. Can they find the right moment? They figured out where Jusu is. Where is Chinook? Constantly moving closer and closer. Knows that 2 players are on site. Where's Yantos? Appears on his screen. Misses out on the fight. That's the orbital strike.
He still gets one.
Wins a trade in the middle of that ultimate. But it's Sweet and Sour. They get their first round of the game.
Able to at least get it across the board. I swear we're just watching this man age in real time.
I think I already see some grey hairs popping out.
But there also has to be an element of, like, if this is a map that you haven't really been playing and for whatever reason it's ended up in the draft, it's a good question to be asking them if Sweet and Sour are able to win out this series. We'll get an interview later. It's like, how prepped are they? Because sometimes you just end up in these maps, you're like, all right, just go in and do whatever you can, right? So Sweet and Sour should be taking this one as seriously if that's the case. The players are just trying to get on, play the best that they can. Metasport having a hefty lead though.
Oh yeah. They built up a mountain for themselves. Sweet and Sour at the bottom of it. They've just taken their first step, but it is a daunting climb. Anguis might be stuck here. Oh yes, he is. Sweet and Sour starting to solve some of their issues, unlocking this puzzle piece by piece, but look at your back line. Defra's aware for it. Is there a flash for a backup? There is. Though, cover is found by the Metasport players. It's double-sided. They know of it. Still a trade by Chinook. He can't go down without a fight, but the damage already made. Sweet and Sour ahead for this one as they try to approach Side's angle. How many can he get away with? Surely they check this corner. Oh, they are late to do it. Cider as well from the backlines. Burzy combine to put Metasport ahead in a round where they have no business being in. The youngest player on the team deceased. To try and do it by himself. Cages himself out of the fight. And the nade to burn in his face. Oh, the one-way. Insult to injury. Orbital strike in front of him. Try to make space. That's the first one. And the second deceased! He might have just found a lifeline for Sweet and Sour to play with.
That was incredibly clean from Diseased. A bit of a fight back for Sweet and Sour to bring this to a 10-2 half. It's still a hefty challenge to make this an even scoreline. But you're right, this is a round that felt like, okay, now Sweet and Sour are starting to get a good vibe for it. They know how aggressive Metasport's been, but it's just another corner, another player, another 50-50 angle for them to clear through. It even said that the ultimate from Cider there could have been like saved a little bit more, but you don't expect Disease to be able to come up with a play like that in that instant. And that's the side Sweet and Sour wanted to start on, their attack. The defense, if they have much of one, is going to be asked for a lot. Looking to try and crunch the top part of the map, but completely different in style for Metasport, who was super aggressive, took space, made sure the other team knew about it. Nobody has moved in these like 15 seconds for Sweet and Sour.
Oh, Diseased. How to make a mark. Is that the spark we were talking about, though? Metasport to try and finish off the job on the attacking side. Site taking that over, no issue there. Sweet and Sour completely vacate their premises as we're looking at a 5v5 on the pistol.
Where are you going to get this control and space from? Flank going to go around from A main, but there's a trip there that should give away parts of this. Stun could go a long way, but it's how well it combines for the rest of Sweet and Sour. Flash comes in from heaven, but not quite connecting on where Jusu is. There's the aggressive nature, and Cider again, another cheeky angle to play from gets 2.
And he's there as a guarantee for the 3 players moving out of trap. Defo and Viti able to unlock both positions. So the 2 left now for Metasport are the ones on site. 1 below, 1 on top. But it's Anguist that is from above. That has got everything he needs. He's got the time in his favor, the elevation as well, to put Metasport on top for the second pistol of this game.
Even survives too. A 1v3, a pretty impressive one, but it's still just the way that Anguist has been playing and the rest of Metasport. It's been par for the course. It's been superb from all of them. But also, just like, that's the game plan for Metasport. Like you said, Pavlos, just you're playing in A main to be a security there, but if so many bodies dedicated to clearing that out from Sweet and Sour, then the 2 players that you leave on site become the security. And Angus could just chill, hide, play for time. Even if he dies there, there's just not enough on the clock for Sweet and Sour to get the defuse in. Pick your poison moment, and a force-up required from Sweet and Sour.
Well, for the first half of this round, we'll be seeing these 2 teams avoid each other as Sweet and Sour choose the north side of the map. Look how much utility is thrown out here. How much preventive measures are in place. What? Just by a hunch, you spray across the smoke. Maybe there was some pre-firing from Sweet and Sour first. I could have missed that. But that is not a way Sweet and Sour want to go down. Not without seeing their opponents. There are some elements of reply. But it's all just slapped down again. Affin on a solo journey that is forced to reveal his position. It's dire, Ryan. It is not fun. At least there's a consolidation kill. But Metasport already are on match point for map number 1.
This is a sub 30-minute game from the looks of it. Not really too much for Sweet and Sour to do now. They've able to at least get maybe a rifle, eke a little bit more money-wise out. Might just be that Vandal half armor for Defo to work with. Yeah, Metasport responding well, but if these teams knock down to the elimination bracket, not only is this like curtains for the team that loses this series for the first stage, but it's also if you qualify for EMEA Challengers top 4, at least out of this region.
That's a lot of experience to gather, right? Playing against the top teams across Europe, across the EMEA. You definitely want to be on that list. Metasport, like, winning around here will just be one step closer. Turns out I've got things to deal with this round. Not all impossible. Viti, flash out of position. That's a good stun though. And you're able to keep a couple more players relevant into tower. Jusu wanting a break clear of a corner Viti could be holding, but it's all a matter of timing. The clock is ticking, by the way, and Sweet and Sour will start to approach the B site and be quicker if Metasport aren't fast by taking the site. But not only are they fast, they are accurate with their shots and have completely deleted the defensive lines of the B site. It's just the cavalry to arrive now. Affin and Defo. A world champ and the leader of the first Sweet and Sour project.
Why this cage triggered?
But a 2v4 might be a bit too much to ask. Affin, deep behind enemy lines, but Anguist smells it out. Defo, all that remains. I feel a quality of a world champion might not be enough for a situation like this. Goes down with a triple on his belt, but the round and match is secured. Fracture handed over to Metasport.
And dominantly as well, 13-2. The map that has been going well for Metasport and a map that Sweet and Sour for the most part have been trying to avoid to the best of their abilities. I'm trying to see, it's a 29-minute, 30-second game. Which, yeah, you don't get too many of those overall, and you certainly don't get the Urzi being the top of the ACS with almost 300 playing the breach of all things. Something that's a little bit maybe more supportive and supplementary to a team. Front and center, 17-7. Just a great team performance, full stop from these guys. Defo shut up a little bit, like scores, like 13 kills, 15 deaths, but outside of that, really nothing going well for Sweet and Sour in this first map.
Yeah, no, it was brilliant stuff overall. We'll be throwing over the desk for the breakdown, but yeah, it's gonna be difficult for Sweet and Sour to come back after this one. We'll see if they can do it.
I think we're just going over this, aren't we?
Yeah.
Hello. We're just talking over the map highlights here, and yeah, I mean, there's not a lot to say, really, I don't think. That was Metasport's map, and it didn't seem like Sweet and Sour had a game plan whatsoever, which, look, I don't think they really planned on having anything on this one. They went for counter picks when it went for the rest of the series, so I think they're... at the very least, it says that they're expecting to win the next map.
Yeah, they should have heavily invested in the next map. I think that's gonna be the option, because this map was for sure not. Burzy, we already highlighted him a little bit. Obviously, that transition from controller in the last year and a half that he hasn't played in competitive has been insanely good. Playing that initiator, playing that breach has worked for Burzy really well. It was kinda iffy at the start. I think Burzy wasn't popping off, but now he's popping off with that utility, but also getting frags. 17 here, I think it was 31 against Checkmate as well. We're gonna hear a lot from this guy. Obviously, the Turkish firepower. Metasport, they were so prepared for this. I mean, we're gonna see some clips a little bit later on, but I think that was amazing. How they started that defensive side is exactly how Fracture is played. You have to go for those aggressive picks because you have 4 different tunnels that the enemy can come for. You have to focus 1 or 2 of those tunnels and then make a rotation based off of that information, based off of that value that you have gotten from that push. And I think Metasport did that perfectly. Sweet and Sour, they were a little bit on the iffier side on that. I think they had great intentions, but they couldn't quite execute that when they went to the defensive side. And obviously, I mean, they have a devastating first half under their belt, so it's even harder on that.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think they expected to win that map. I think they probably expected to get a couple more rounds, so they'll be a little bit disappointed.
Yeah.
We can take a look at a reason why they were not really getting many rounds here. You have a couple of rounds that you wanted to highlight here. Round 3 is the first one. Talk me through this.
Yeah, I mean, I think this sets the pace for the whole map already. You have bonus run from Metasport. It's a classic. Everyone should know this classic Breach Stun, Raise Satchel, having that flash coming through as well. But there's no trade for Yanto. Because of that stun, I think VT was just behind that stun. So he couldn't trade Yanto, and all of a sudden, on a bonus round, that's already first 2 picks. That's the round god. Obviously, Defo, he gets a 1 pick out of Dish as well. But it's not enough to win that bonus round. I think that's a perfect showing how you come into a map that is really well known for you. How you bring that map to yourself was amazing, and that trap setup that they had on drop, that could have worked as well. Defo could have been gone instantly there. Lucky for him, they didn't get him instantly, but I think that map was pretty much over after that. And you have round 5 as well, the show. That was pretty much closing the casket there, no?
Yeah, it did seem that way. I mean, it just kept going after that. We got round 5 next to take a look at, so you can talk me through this, but it was really just... I mean, the train just kept going. They didn't slow down whatsoever. Metasport played that like they were playing against a team that knew what they were doing. And
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And this follow-up is insanely hard. You see Afun here. I think he's already discombobulated. He doesn't know where to look. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't even know that Valorant is going on right now. It's like, where am I? And Burzy actually closing that one out with the 4K. But I think one of the greatest thing about Deho having that breach as well there is that you cannot really follow up on that race. Defo having a little bit of a Rosa there, but even though if Defo would have hit that showstopper, there was nothing to follow up with that, and there was already trade coming in for the side of Metasport. So it's a really rough game to play really aggressively at the start, because you have Deho, you have Breach Stun, you have that Deho ulti as well. There's nothing Sweet and Sour could have done in that A lobby that could have maybe followed up for that Defo showstopper.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot more to say about that map. That is, the first game over and done with, and I'm sure that Sweet and Sour are going to want to get it out of their minds. They've got Pearl coming up. They need to win it, otherwise they have no chance of getting into Challengers EMEA. We're going to go to a quick break before we get started on that one. Hopefully, Brave can give his team a little more of a pep talk than he was able to during Fracture.
It's like that way it just keeps going on and on. It's like talking. I'm sort of the same. I think we just ended up sort of flip.
We have another map coming up for you here. You might be wondering why we're on a break there. It's because the first map ended 13-2 to Metisport. Sweet and Sour have a pretty monumentous task ahead of them here, and it's on a map that both teams like to float. So I'm a little worried for them, but hopefully they've brought something out.
Yeah, what is most concerning for me for the side of Sweet and Sour is that they keep switching up their composition. It seems like they're not quite comfortable with going that classic composition of Sova, Killjoy, KO, Jet, and Astra, so they have switched off of that, which I think is great for Defo. Getting to play that chamber is such a huge part for him. I think he was one of the best chambers, definitely at the time. That chamber was really, really OP, but then they float that Reign of Phoenix, which is, I think, kind of strange for me. Obviously deceased, I think he probably likes to play that, but you could maybe have something like KO in replacing that. I think that would probably be better for them, and that would bring them back to more classical composition, but it's going to be interesting to see. I think most people are still running that Vice here. It's such a OP agent right now, especially if you want to block those really fast executes. So I do think that's not going to switch up at least.
Yeah, the last time that Sweet and Sour were able to play this map, it's not like they've been trying to avoid it. They've just been floating it every time, and they have not got to a 3-mapper yet. You know, every 3-mapper they've gone for has ended 2-0 in their favor or 2-0 against them. The only time they have played Pearl has been in the best of ones, right back at the end of January, in which, as you said, they were switching back and forth between Reyna and Phoenix there. And yeah, it just, again, look, Metisport might not have an amazing win rate on this map, but they have played it a lot more recently, and they seem to have a quite, set in stone strategy for it. It hasn't quite worked out for them against the last two teams that they've played, but I think, again, while Sweet and Sour are probably the favorites to win this based off of win rate alone, I'm a little scared for them still.
Yeah, I think something that I still want to look at is definitely that checkmate game that Sweet and Sour had. That was devastating. It started 13-3, then it was 13-4. It was disastrous. Now the first map was 13-2. Is Sweet and Sour gonna be able to come back from that mental state? I think it's really hard. Obviously, Brave trying to bring the players back up to the own level, trying to maybe bring up the mood there, but I know it can be such a mood killer when you get absolutely dominated after that map, and especially when you decided that you actually want to ban the Haven and float the Fracture. Haven has been decent for them, so I think that mentality in terms of Sweet and Sour has to come to play, but they have to bring it up. They have to find some kind of success at the early stages of this map, because I think it's going to be really, really rough, especially with this stable of a composition and the Metisport discipline, the fundamentals that they already have there. I think it started on the first round of Fracture. They were so disciplined on the 4 versus 1 as well, and you're not gonna win against this team if you don't focus up, if you don't cheer up, and you have to play together.
Yeah, I think, it's worth mentioning or just taking into account how momentum can really affect a team here. And as you mentioned, they had a harsh start to their last game and it ended horrifically for them. Their second map was just as bad as their first. And this is a similar situation where they're coming up against another map where the other team also, isn't afraid of Pearl. They might not pick it, but they don't avoid it whatsoever. In fact, they played it in their last 2 series. And it's not gone horrifically for them. It's not gone well for them, but they know what they're doing. And I don't know. It's just a bit scary for me. Sweet and Sour went all in on this kind of, we're going to go Fracture, despite we're being up against the best Fracture team on paper, which they now know firsthand. And yeah, it just doesn't scream, them rating themselves on this one, which confidence I think is really key at a level such as this. And well, I mean, we'll see how it works out. It's been a month, or half a month since we've seen them play this map. They might have changed up some things. Obviously, they changed between the 2 games that they played on Pearl last time. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit sad. We could have had a universe where they picked Haven to start off with and had at least a better performance there.
it could have been different. I mean, we will never know. Up until maybe next season, we might see it, but we will never know. I think something that I'm gonna look for in this matchup is how Berzi is gonna set up Jutsu, because I haven't seen too much of Berzi's KO. I know the breach is insane, I know the aim is insane, but how is he gonna set up Jutsu in this matchup? Jutsu already picking up quite good entries, especially against Deti Ulis on Pearl. I think that's part of how Berzi is playing, setting up that duelist with the KO flashes. On the side of Sweet and Sour, I don't think they really have that. They do struggle with having that supportive utility. Yeah, you do have Vice, you do have Phoenix, or maybe you're picking Reyna. I don't know. Let's see.
Okay.
I do like this. I do like this from Sweet and Sour. They go to the Phoenix. Chinook getting that fade as well there. I think it's gonna be really interesting. I guess they didn't like that Sova too much, so they wanted to go with the fade. It's so much easier. They take that lobby control with the Prowlers and having those tight corners cleared with the Prowlers. So I do understand where Metisport is going with this composition.
Yeah, of course, Metasport had a 9-13 against them last time they played, so they've made a change this time around. Sweet and Sour, this is the same comp that they won 13-6 against Enterprise Esports with, so I'm sure that they'll relish the opportunity, the possibility that they might come up against Enterprise Esports in their next series if they do manage to win this one. So hopefully they can implement a few changes that will help them get through this one. Either way, we're going to head to the game now with Ryan and Pavlos. Take it away, guys.
The time to bounce back for Sweet and Sour is now on Pearl, Ryan. And look, yes, the first map was a difficult one for them. There's no beating around the bush with that one. But I've got a feeling that it's not over. It's never over till the fat lady sings, and we haven't seen curtains yet.
Not yet. Not until the fish jumps. But I think here, though, it's not really the map that you'd expect Sweet and Sour to get some fish jumping on, even though it's underwater. I guess is the direction I was taking that in. It's a map that's gone fine for them. That's the best way to describe it. But it is a map that I think that they are 2-1 on, so they have lost it previously. And for Metasport, they're 1-2 on it. It's a map that they played a little bit more than Fracture for both sides in any case. But Metasport adjusting, like MP was just saying, with the Sova now being exchanged in for a fade. And Sweet and Sour not changing their comp from last time, but it was their third comp in 4 games. So they have made a couple of adjustments. They played with Reyna for Disease. They were playing a little bit of Killjoy for Affen instead of Vice. I wouldn't say that either team is super comfortable with this comp. It also means that it's hard to really predict.
Yeah, and Pearl plays very different to Fracture, so maybe this playstyle will favor Sweet and Sour as we enter the second map of this series on both of these teams' quest to qualify to Challengers EMEA. Sweet and Sour lose this and they are out. Metasport try to hold on by aggressively pushing through the smoke. 5 players in unison, spike planted, and Sweet and Sour quick off the bounce. The Seas trying to find an off angle, but the flash from Metasport is superb to keep them back. The numbers 4 for the Vikings. And the Sea struggling, pushing through the flames themselves. Metasport hold on with all 3 players to get round number 1.
I thought this Ferrari Valorant that we were watching was going to end on the last map, but it seems to have continued in here for Pearl for Metasport. Just again, playing at pace. Like the way that they went around, dashing onto the site with the jet, able to clear out the position that Anguist was in. Sorry, Afen was in. And even a different plant, what you'd see, it wasn't right in the corner, it was right out in the open of the B site. Sweet and Sour, I think, really needed to pick up a pistol to just show that they're back in this map. They don't want this one to get too out of hand. But the eco is an aggressive one for Sweet and Sour, fighting in A main.
Well, the Nebula fell just in time, so the curveball didn't really do much of the work. Players were able to avoid the confrontation altogether. Nice little idea from Sweet and Sour. Making sure they poke and prod and keep Metasport uncomfortable, but this is a tough one, given the pistols they have at hand. Speaking of pistols, a bit of a pistol fight over an art, which Anguist will win.
Very
Probably
low.
the most 50-50 fight you could take, but it doesn't go in Sweet and Sour's way. Instead, it's Affen to gain the first kill for the defenders. But yeah, this should be simple pickings from Metasport. Just play the spike game. They played clean Valorant so far, not over-aggressing, not showing any overzealous traits. So I doubt we'll be seeing that again. Oh, Jusu unable to bounce on that idea. Defo very quick to react to that. So a Bulldog upgraded to potential more damage to be found, but there is a star aligned. And the gravity well won't even be a factor given the kills Burzy and Side are able to put together. Metasport 2-0.
Keeping 2 Vandals and a Bulldog as well means that this bonus is, much like the last map, a really good one to be working with. And fighting aggressively A main, trying to go for the orb. So Insour not looking to be too afraid at all this map, even when they don't have to buy with them. But a lot of half armors in their hands currently, looking to maybe go for aggressive plays. There is a lot of Sweet and Sour being caught off individually though. Last round it was Viti just playing on his own in A main after that initial aggression. You don't want it to happen on B long either from these 2 players.
Defo falls back, rendezvous. But again, it's a W game from Metasport.
It's
that
so
key.
pacey.
And Jusu frontlining that aggression. Sweet and Sour have got to respect that. They need to let all the players group up together. At least they get the numbers advantage with the deceased kill.
As he's all out of utility, so he can play this off angle nicely. Viti needs to be careful with this peak. But the kills are going Sweet and Sour's way.
Just for now, as he is able to reply back. Curveball. Anguish, not spotted. He's able to counteract it. Some spray damage, but it's not enough for the pickup. 5 bullets, and he is in trouble. Blind as a bat, he shall go down. Sweet and Sour, not late to pounce back after their early successes, after their early weaknesses, rather, on Fracture.
We saw a little bit with like Sweet and Sour at the end of the first half on Fracture of just, okay, we sort of know that Metasport are trying to play super fast, super aggressive. If we wait them out, we might be able to catch them out. And that's exactly what happened there for Sweet and Sour. They just hold on, they see that aggression coming. Metasport have been really obvious with a lot of plays that they're making. So everybody gets off the site, waits out that initial utility, and they're able to just cherry pick the fights that they take them out one at a time. And it ended up being a really clean anti-bonus for them. Now it's a full buy, you've got Diseased with the run it back on the Phoenix. You've got plenty to work with to get your first full buy on the board.
Quite a stack here for Sweet and Sour. And they're not ones to play the slow game and allow their opponents to approach them. They go for the early fight. And the run it back allows an early pickup.
Vice versus Vice by Double Doors. Forcing out an Astra Star as well means that defenders of Sweet and Sour need to probably just take a moment, readjust where they're playing in these positions. You're giving up Art a lot because you do have the Vice wall over in that direction. It's forcing the Phoenix of Disease to move over and give Vice some support, whilst Metasport actually lean over to the other side of the map.
Jusu, very dangerous jet player, has been for a few years now. Now with an opportunity to play at very high level. If challenges the EMEA is on the table.
30 seconds left.
There's a double-sided approach that allows Metasport to cross. Sweet and Sour look very aware all around the site. Trying damage to Burzy, but not quite the pickup. Instead, Burzy is the one to get the finishing frag. Triples up. That is destruction for Sweet and Sour. You thought they had everything under control, but Yando might not be done with it. Doesn't realize Jusu is just hiding in a corner. And it's Metasport to be quick for the comeback.
There's a couple of moments now that Viti has been caught out alone and early. We sort of mentioned it round 2, okay, sure, it's an eco, but there it's a full buy. And your first point of contact as this execute's coming in is your Astra. You need those smokes online. There's no Viper, and a lot of device utility you have is more towards like Art and stuff, right? That's where the wall is. A couple of these fights that Sweet and Sour are taking aren't together, or they're just taking some like ego duels. When we've seen Metasport very mechanically gifted, full stop, but this game they're just on a heater.
Again, And Sweet and Sour so close to main. Quick to fall back because Metasport are even quicker to pushing. I think the C's just put Yanto in his place. Juicy knew exactly where to aim. Yeah, and Sweet and Sour are definitely going to struggle this round. We already knew it given the weaponry they had at hand. Their arsenal looking empty. But Metasport are just making it look so pacey. Making it look so one-sided. The rounds they win, they're just dominating. And the C's with a decision. Do you save the Phantom? Do you try and go for the picks at the end of the spike explosion? Might as well. You know you're buying the next round anyway. So if he can get a few here, could even potentially get him closer to the run it back. But no, instead it's Jusu that gets a quadra. He is online right now.
You can certainly tell that Metasport, whether it's server time or just in scrims, have been running a lot of these like jet dash plays. Because on defense, on attack of the last two maps that we've seen, the way that they're setting up Jusu there with a horn flash, not necessarily the most like well-timed, but the way that they're putting this jet in positions to take fights, people are setting up utility for them or trying to trade off the back of them. I mean, it's a testament. Metasport are looking incredible today, up against a really seasoned and strong Sweet and Sour squad.
And something that Juicy does time and time again, presses the dash button straight away to be further up forward than, you know, Sweet and Sour could ever anticipate. The brakes have been pulled, holding out an art for now, and breaking noise, keeping the Sweet and Sour, even though they had an early rotation coming towards the A side, are second guessing themselves. And that's the wrong decision. At least Sweet and Sour have got A main control and they can fight from omnidirectionally. Metasport, I think they figured it out though. They realize how vacant the site is, so they need to take the fight themselves, but Sweet and Sour had multiple angles there. Deceased doing his job, doubles up, but I think the tale's been told. Metasport with 2 players remaining, but very disjointed. We need to figure this one out. Jusu might be on the first step getting there, though Shinnok with 37 points of health. Not optimal. And Sweet and Sour know exactly where to look. Triple for Viti. Sweet and Sour finally have a hold on this map.
Yeah, much better round for Viti. Very early Nightfaller got used as well from Metasport. And one of the reasons why they went out to clear A main is because I think they got info that 2 players were there. A lot of pressure coming in from out. They wanted to crunch on those players, but really nicely done from Viti and Disease, holding onto that ground, playing off of each other. Feels that there's a little bit more synergy between players happening for this team in this series. Money is still like a little bit on the tighter side, and eco required from them if they lose it. The same for Metasport at this rate. Big ultimates online.
Couple of scope fights happening. Oh, not quite. I thought it was a tour de force from Defo. Instead, it's a Vandal. Hey, Deceased gets to pick up the rally. Angus going for a walk there. And the big bad wolf finds him. Berzi. Trying to attempt Anguish's angle again. Thinks better of it. He's keeping a couple of players busy there, which is enough of a, you know, obfuscation to allow 2 players move up B long.
And for further up in like B link. He's still got Defo sat in this corner though. Hasn't connected him. Yeah.
Look how far he's gone onto that A site.
Viti's still
might
here.
have an idea of where he is. Oh, the timing of it. Viti's just too smart. And what? Yeah, Viti just wasn't expecting to see Cider there. He just wasn't ready.
I think either player was expecting to see each other. Cosmic Divide's going to give a little bit of a window to go for this plant. You could maybe see Yanto go for a peek here, but the rest of his team aren't quite in position. There's a run it back available for Disease, and he's going to use it right now.
Ooh, updraft, Blades, not really working out for Jusu, which means that Sweet and Sour are definitely in the fight here. Shinnok, the only player remaining in a 1v3, with a spike being touched, and it's not exactly where he would have liked, but he can cross. A couple of players
planet for
don't
him.
have their HP. Yeah, it really isn't. So he's going to have to give this one away. If he wanted to be relevant in that fight, he had to take a few steps forward, deemed it too dangerous, and backs out sweet and sour, arm's length from their opponents.
It's a bit of a weird default, I think, for Metasport. It wasn't really... so many of the rounds that we've seen so far today that worked for them is just them being really brash and open about going for an A execute or a B execute quickly. There you've got two players holding on for B long, trying to fight Defo. You've got the Vice lurking, being caught out, then Burzy, the KO goes over to make some noise. And then obviously Cider just walking onto the A site and finding a kill onto Viti. It just felt a little bit like Split there when Metasport have won this map so far in this series. They're ahead because they've been playing off of each other aggressively and all sort of drumming to the same beat.
Good to see it back and forth now. Get a little bit more competitive. Would have falls in the hands of Defo. I think he realizes there's something going on around here, but Cider
Ooh.
could potentially be destructive.
Ultron didn't quite see stuff.
And we're missing out. Atham, though, is exactly where it needs to be. What a flash. Did that come from Burzy? Because that really put his team behind. Unless that was the Ceast. No, that was a curveball. That was a curveball from the Ceast. Perfectly timed.
I don't know if it was. I think it was the Vice flash.
Oh, yeah.
And then it was all the Vice utility with a grab from the Astra.
Yeah, I always forget about shit. I always forget about that. Was that the Arc Rose? I think that's Arc Rose.
Arc Rose, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's one way to get a quick round on the board here from Sweet and Sour. I guess Metasport know to think twice before trying to take up alley.
I mean, it's the one area that they've struggled with the most, it feels like. One of the reasons I imagine why Sweet and Sour moved over towards playing this, because they were on Killjoy before. I mean, a lot of teams have moved over to playing Vice on this map naturally for reasons like this. But it is still kind of weird to see that nobody from Sweet and Sour actually has a positive differential, despite the scorelines being even. When you've got Burzy and Jusu, Cider, KD of 2 so far. Some of these characters, these last few rounds have not been going their way. Still able to get a buy together because of the 2 rifles that they saved.
Painful from Viti early on. Ooh. For a moment there, I thought Yanta might have got caught out into the open, but Yujusu was just too busy dashing forwards to be able to use his gun. Goes in for another swing. How do you even get away with that? Now 2 players will look to peek. But Yantam's got a good angle on it. He is just playing with them, buying time for Affen to join in on the fight. Anguish does find some success on his end, but Sweet and Sour starting to plow through. Very quick and very accurate. Sweet and Sour have now got the lead.
And everybody dying now means that this has got to be an eco for Metasport now, surely. Being really just on the edge of money, but they've been able to save rifles, so are able to muster up just enough for each round. But these last 3 or 4 that Sweet and Sour have lost have not really... Sorry, Sweet and Sour have won. Have not been close. And now some of those ego peaks going in favor of Metasport. Again, there's no trade, there's no cross-play from any of Metasport in those 2 fights that we just saw there. Just taking peaks, taking the duel, and Sweet and Sour actually winning them.
You start to wondering that these punches, little by little, are hurting. And causing concern for Metasport. They need to get into the pace of things. This back and forth. Not having momentum in your way isn't the comfort zone, right? So you've got to figure this dynamic out. But for now, that might have to wait a little bit. Just with pistols, a couple of stingers available. Rounds high-low could be dangerous though from Sweet and Sour. Anguis, that is disgusting. Just gets away with murder.
Aldron at least sees him, I think, as well. The Astra's there for support. Up against an Odin, it's going to be easy, but are you going to expect the second player to be flanking from this position too?
Jusu pounces on the chance. Will he be able to find Yanto though? Cider wins his fight. This is not a round you thought Motorsport could be capable of, but they are. They more than are. Maybe that extra level of caution provides the right fight. Defo stuck between a rock and a hard place and scrambling to get out. Instead, it's an Odin that puts him to rest. A thrifty round from Metasport.
Juicy's had a good day so far. Really good stuff on the duelist roll. 12 and 7 so far on this map. And it's a great pick from Anguis to begin with. But also just a way, like this movement for the Jets to get into position, to get the kill, picking up the Odin, able to get a couple more for their troubles. Actually, Metasport is going to take the timeout. Whether this was called towards the start of the last round, before we really saw Metasport able to bring it back and win. Regardless, Brody's going to be having a word. At least it's a good chance to fix some of the stuff that's been going wrong, but it does give Sweet and Sour the opportunity to have a bit of a chat as well about what they can do for these last 2 rounds.
I think it's the first time Brody's getting a word in with the boys since the start of the series.
Yeah,
he really didn't have a need to in Fracture, but
exactly, yeah.
To see him now.
Just there as a coach, like, guys, keep it up. Good job.
Yeah. I mean, look, even on Sweet and Sour timeouts, he gets to have a word, but it's now where his input is very much needed.
Ultimates-wise, you do have some pretty scary stuff for Sweet and Sour. Vice Ultimate ready to go. Cosmic Divide for Reticket to get that far. Both Vices actually having their ultimates. But an ult command from Burzy could be a great way to find yourself into a site. Okay, and I'm just going to go towards A main. Probably going to be fighting for this ult. Whereas Sweet and Sour not really looking to contest anything. FO, however, does have the Operator. But he's playing from more of like a passive off angle in art. While the Phoenix is in close.
Take flight.
Not too much other than the Aldrin forced out just yet. Knocking down past the 1 minute mark. Metasport make them move towards the right hand side.
Flash to clear out anybody close. Might give the game away a little bit. 40 seconds for Metasport. You've got Viti playing on backside. Bit of support from Sova. Yanto does have Recon Dart in hand. And that's such a crazy kill for Juicy to be getting. Viti caught out first again.
This time though, Yanto's on the cross, and the reveal allows for an extra speck of damage. Not really, actually, just the first pickup. Falls back. Hunter's Fury, though, can be damaging, but here comes as well the Steel Garden to put even more trouble on the site. Running on vines. The Metasport seem to be having all the answers, getting all the solutions, picking up all the frags. 2 remain for Sweet and Sour. They try to break through, but neither of them get the job done. Receiving bullets to their heads, Metasport at least guarantee they'll be equal by half-time.
Yeah, really nice round from them. Again, Juicy just finding an obscenely clean kill on these entries. Just before really the rest of the team is there to support. And it's for Sweet and Sour, it's just that Viti's in that position to get taken out. Because you have Yanto picking up a lot of people with a recon dart. He's able to get 1 kill, could potentially get 2 as it pinged a couple of times. But he's alive there. That crossfire kills everything. But Juicy just finding absurd timing. There's really not much of Viti could have done.
Here.
Okay, not too bad of a transition there from Defo. Does allow Sweet and Sour the early pick.
It's the one play for Metaspot that just hasn't really worked so far. Just fighting Defo over and B long. Double doors has also been a problem area, and that's exactly where Metaspot are looking to head now.
Problematic, isn't it? Concerning is also the Z's position. Oh, the flash comes in just in time. Fragment drops. Damage made. Burzy not shut down. The Antu finally crunched on. And now, you've got to worry about the double doors position. You've got to keep Vice nearby. Nightfall drops.
Really
But
nice
the A
bait.
site is where Metasport are heading, but Burzy's low. He's a bullet to be collected, and Vitty's on the case. So they no longer have the A site control, and the Sweet and Sour players are quickly to rotate to the A site.
Really get a chance to rotate away, and Cider was expecting the site to be a lot more open, but Diseased has rotated across. The fake plant coming in, and Anguis now in a 1v3.
Yeah, that's not going to be doable. Not with all players coming from all directions. 6-6. Couldn't be closer on the half-time. A very different story to what we saw in the first map.
Oh, very different. Doesn't feel as like done and dusted so far. Bit of a fight back for Sweet and Sour. It's the side that Metaspot also chose to play on. All teams choosing to attack first, at least in this series. But yeah, Metaspot struggling in some areas. Sweet and Sour wanting to prove that they're still hot commodities in the region. And really, when you look at it for both sides, you've got Metaspot that have invested in the North scene, at least last year, wanting to keep being involved in Valorant, keep pushing their goals and their ambitions. Being able to be part of the EMEA challenges in your first go is certainly hitting those targets. Be a hell of a testament of the team that they've put together. But for Sweet and Sour, it's proving that you're still a top dog in the region. You managed to make Ascension play-ins last year as a team, with the name at least. You were able to make EMEA challenges with a win in this series today.
Art stack for Metasport. While Sweet and Sour try to break through the double doors. Burzy is there to receive. He'll have the information. He will likely not want to take too many fights. Diseased shrunk to half. And Burzy wants a second helping. Ooh, gets a biteful. And the Mao wants to go even for more. A bit too greedy though, as he does get punished. And Sweet and Sour might have access to the B side. Backside from Cider. Revealing himself with a swing. But he ends up with a double. How do you even get away with that? And he's still alive. He knows where Defo is, relays information. Sure, Defo is finding some damage, but you don't really need to be taking all of these fights. Drive-by from Cider. That's what is required by the end of it, as Metasport get a very important pistol to gain the lead early on the half-time.
Can't give that international winning duelist an opportunity to shine, because he will take it. Might have been few and far between in this series, but at the very least he's had some good, like, scoreboard stats. Whether that's enough to actually go across the line is another thing, but you're looking at, like, Metasport for, like, previous form, losing to Team Liquid Academy on this map, their tier lease. Sweet and Sour actually beating Enterprise most recently, who are still in this tournament, who we're still going to see later on. Yeah, Jusu not winning the duel this time against Defo provides a bit of an opportunity. Just how these rotations are going to go for Metasport, who have won every pistol so far. Whole middle of the site of the map has opened up tremendously. All of that utility for the Vice on the A site. Bit of a fight again, Defo low HP. Forced to retreat for a second, but it's put Burzy under a lot of pressure. Cider from this position, they're still able to get a few more.
I mean, you say pressure, but Burzy says, what pressure? It feels like these guns have given them such an advantage, such security, the utility as well. That is incredible from Cider. He truly is the gatekeeper of the B-side.
Elbow is his. Overtaken Jusu as well. Kills in the server.
Oh, he
I
has.
should probably place some stars in the astral
At
plane.
least these like Antikas after the pistol have been so one-sided for Metasport. These bonuses are always good, right? Like you could do a lot of damage to Sweet and Sour here. Might even be able to just break their back in this map, in this series, full stop. Z's, however, one orb away from having to run it back. Would have thought that they'd be fighting for the A main orb a little bit. Or maybe that's the obvious play. Metasport are contesting that for the reasons that I mentioned. Instead, Sweet and Sour, more chilling for mid to see exactly what's happening there.
You've got to notice that they're not full on utility, right? They've
Take flight.
expended as much as they could. Not full on stars, not full on curveballs. Ultra and only now just use provides them some access into Link. But how much more can you get? There's he's done well here before, and the timing of that flash could be superb. Does he read it on time? He might not. Turn around. Anguis needs to refocus his position, but he can't survive from the bullets flying in his direction. 3 picks, well, 2 picks to nothing. And it looks like Sweet and Sour might have a say in this attack after all.
I'm quite sure where the plan is to spray exactly where it's been placed from Sweet and Sour. No point saving here. Cider's just backed up to get a gun. He's going to hold on to it and save whilst Jusu with a frenzy sees what he can get. No point Cider farming for more. He already has his ultimate, but for everybody else, some damage could be done. Leaving this flawless would be perfect for Sweet and Sour.
Yeah. That would be very well feat for the rounds to follow. Also getting these picks can provide them some extra ult points. Yanto now on 3. With that last pick, as Metasport weren't quite able to fall to the spike, at least or not the 2 players that were planned to save. Cider does put the Phantom in his hands to the next round. Operator for Jusu.
That's one of the reasons, right? Like their money for their bonus was so good that they can basically buy up here and maybe catch Sweet and Sour out. As you can tell what the plan's going to be, it's going to be to play around that run it back. But if you're able to get the Phoenix before you'd even consider it, certainly worth going for. That area of the map is going to be contested a little bit by Defo. Here, and I'm just going to give up the fact that he's over there. The rest of the team looking to put a bit more pressure over towards Art and Chinook if he's not careful.
He's flashed away. Chinook and Anguist looking to drop back here. It pretty much hands over the A site freely to Sweet and Sour, so they'll be taking it, but there is a lot of Vice utility that could prove to be problematic for this retake. The C's run it back, does fall back into Art. And that's when you are able to use the Vice util. Chinook, though, ends up on top for that fight. The spike yet to go down. Sweet and Sour, albeit having early access of the A site, no longer feel in control. Wiz could easily spray here. He hears a spike being planted, but it's just a fake, and he ends up taking a lot of health damage away from him. Look at the rotation in mid, though. Defo buying time to see if he can take up a fight across Cider. Instead, luring pressure onto the site by faking the spike plant yet again. This is so fickle. Any wrong move and it all could go to waste. But the rotation towards the B site is called with just 20 seconds on the clock.
Defo could actually go through sewers here as well if he wants to try and gank all the way around. Gets all of this information for free.
10
Oh,
seconds
Anguis is
left.
going for it. He's low on health, so it could be a simple pickup here for Defo, and that's exactly what it is. Now, Metasport need to look at their backline constantly.
Find you.
Not too much really to grab. And all of these
This can
kills,
happen.
it's just going Sweet Sour's way.
They really are. There is literally nothing Metasport can do to this. Sweet and Sour. The roly-poly, the quick switch to the B site, the best idea they could have made, as it hands them an 8th round in the pocket.
And Eco needed.
Time to go into
And so
the
Sweet and
Astro
Sour to finally be able to take the lead, which is not really anything. Have they had the opportunity to do that so far? This series? 'Cause I think that they've always been trailing or at least even.
I think at one point during the first half they had the lead, but only shortly. No, I don't think it lasts very long.
Defo having the attack up now as well, picking it up from Juicy before, I'm pretty sure. One lob away from having tour de force as well, so it's not as if he's not going to be comfortable for the next round or two. The last 50 was picked up by Metasport. Going mid is aggressive, there's a lot of crossfires here, but might just catch his place by surprise, and a lot of damage done to Deceased already.
I mean, Metasport have already proven themselves on lower buys, so they could possibly do it again. Only just some damage done, as Deceased is able to recover some of that HP. Yeah, but you have to go for odd Hail Marys, some positions that you don't really have the best chance but could catch a couple players off guard. You've got to go for those. It's the only way you kind of win situations like this. So you can't blame Metasport for peaking in moments you wouldn't traditionally peak. They are rewarded with a kill, although Raffen does get some damage across, which could soften them up. For the rest to do the final damage, Chinook actually finds another. The Prowler reveals a position in the smoke. You don't really have the weapons upgraded to just yet to be able to spray across them, but Chinook continues to put players without their guns.
player standing.
Forcing out a Cosmic Divide because Vidi doesn't feel comfortable he can win this. Down to 1 HP. Sure, you've got to peek now because you're running out of time. Vidi gets a...
What an ace!
That's a defuse, right? That's a round. Plenty of time. Defuse for Metasport, and they win a thrifty round.
Dreams are dust.
What an ace for Chinook to be able to take. Just all off the back of Sheriff kills up against a full buy. Sweet and Sour looking comfortable for the majority of that and just chipped away bit by bit. Able to find those first couple of kills, but that's where it
One
starts. Like
enemy
the 3K there, the trade, it was a nice idea. And yeah, if you're brave, you're going to be kicking yourself for that one. It felt like it was set up for you to take.
Yep. That is called pain.
That can't keep happening.
Oh.
Just this whole Metasport team individually is a testament for like the region. You've even got stuff like Burzy, who has like been on some of the most up and coming teams out of Turkey. Cider that's had a good taste of IGL and even at the tier 1 level. And we've seen what Chinook and Anguist were able to do last year in North. For Jusu, he's always been that like maybe player that can push the upper echelons.
It's a good mix, isn't it?
It's a
They're all very
team.
capable. It is. It is. And it's joining up nicely. Sweet and Sour, though, they're a bit of a odd misfit group as well, right? From all over the place, and they've tried to make it work this time around. They've done damage to be where they are currently in contention to make it a Challengers EMEA for the first split. But if they don't get their act together quickly, it might be over in just a few rounds.
At least you still have a full buy for Sweet and Sour. Still have the operator. Still one away from a tour de force. Because you have won these last few rounds in a row. Your money is still quite good even if you lose this round. You should have enough for another.
Hey.
But Jusu needs to be careful. He's basically isolated and could easily get crunched on by this ace split the Sweet and Sour looking to go for.
Could be. Well, the dash isn't available to really get out of dodge. You're sort of hoping that you can get away with a kill or two before you have to vacate the area. Defo is actually the first one to get a pick onto Burzy. As reinforcements arrive on the A site quickly, they figured this one out. As Sweet and Sour are not silent about it. Though Deceased, unable to get the pick. Actually, he does, but it is traded. And Jusu's still alive and well. So Sweet and Sour have the advantage and the spike down. Anguist approaching, but he's got 2 players up against him, which means he will have to falter. Defo holding the Ango and deals with Jusu. That puts an end to the retake for Metasport. Cider has to drop back and save the Phantom. Sweet and Sour, post-timeout, are determined to keep things in wraps.
I think they're going to let Cider escape with this weapon, though. Got the Sova rotating all the way around through B-Link to try and catch them. I'm quite certain where Cider's going to be. He was at... Still says with the Cosmic Divide. Able to at least survive for the time being, but it's Metasport looking likely that they're going to go back onto an eco after winning the Thrifty the round before this. Can't even save the gun either because Vitti's going to chase him up.
Yeah, that's not great for Metasport. It does allow Sweet and Sour a bit of a saving grace, right? To get back on top of things, be in the lead. They still have won 3 out of the 4 buy rounds this game, of this half. So I guess that one round where they did falter to a Thrifty is the odd round, is the abnormality. It's just that they mustn't get complacent, even with a lead. They need to make this round as clean as possible. Do not give Metasport any chances like they did a couple rounds ago.
The one rifle from Burzy could perhaps catch them out if they're expecting an eco. It's also maybe a chance for that null command to come out too. But you'd have to imagine that you need a couple of kills to make an ultimate use worthwhile. The drone's going to be used, saw exactly where the KO was before. Yet again, has a rifle, might not be what Sweet and Sour are expecting.
No, not quite. With the first pick, you do have the comfort to just drop back if you want to. And it's no longer necessary to try and find an advantage. You've already succeeded in getting that. They do turn their attention towards the A main area, where Affen is lying in wait. And there you have it. It's going to be a quick one here from Sweet and Sour. No funny business, no shenanigans. Side on the wrong side of the map. So the lead will be found yet again for the boys in yellow. Can they hold on to it? Can they put Pearl in the bag and take us to a third, a potential bind to be played out?
Map though we've not seen Metasport play, so you can't imagine that they're going to be the favourites for that one. Yeah, rough old time for Metasport over on this defense.
Have a buy now.
Even if this is like they win the rest of these rounds and win 13-10, you're not going to be happy to have such a close map, despite picking up both pistols. But it is a testament to how much this Sweet and Sour team can dig deep when they need to. And now, not only do they have the lead, but the money's in their favour and they've got some big ultimates too. The round win here would put them on 11, Metasport on another eco, and that should be 12.
Ooh, Buzzy's burned up alive. He's taken a lot of damage from that, so he can't be there to trade Cider. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, which Burzy cannot avoid. Leaving Sweet and Sour with the advantage for now, but there's still a defender on the A side, so Sweet and Sour pull the brakes. Yeah, Aldrin will reveal Shinnick's position. You can appreciate an upper angle, something unexpected, something that could potentially grant you a free kill. That doesn't happen. Side angle created by Disease, but Anguist is able to read it on time. Still, they are playing off the back foot, leaving 2 to the defense of the site. Shinnick holding on for now. Nebula dropping, as well as a recon to the back of the site. Make sure it's all clear for the taking. Shinnick down to 5 HP. It's getting dangerous. Plants. Jusu, he's got an operator, so he can't be that comfortable taking the push. Shinnick is low, so 1 bullet to find him is enough.
Ooh, that's
Oh, it does connect! It's just not damage. It's not enough. And with 3 players all across the site, there isn't much left for Jusu to do. 11-9 for Sweet and Sour as 2 remain, ever closer to putting Pearl behind them.
I think nerves are starting to kick in a little bit for Metasport. Onto another sort of lower buy from the Lux, able to pick up some stuff. And it's a shame because you have ultimates coming online now, but it might be too little too late. Main positive, I suppose, is that you do get the run it back out of Diseased, the Hunter's Fury from Yanto. But Diseased can get these ultimates very quickly. Could easily see another one by the time that this map ends.
Solo Vandal duties for Juicy. Sort of hoping they're coming in his direction, right? Otherwise, you're just trying to put Juice in the right position at the right time. And that's going to cause a lot of rotations. It is a triple peak. With Cider being cannon fodder. Well, Burzy rather. Juicy's going for the chase, unable to get the catch-up. Sweet and Sour figured out where 3 players are, so now that opens up space towards the right-hand side of the map.
You'd sort of expect that would be what Sweet and Sour are looking to do, is just start to go fast towards A. Anguist can't quite get the kill over on Dathan. Just Hail Mary strategies, right? Cutting into corners, hoping to catch him out with these sheriffs. It's not working. 5v2. Looking like 12 on the board for Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. We've got to imagine the next round is going to be a rough one buy-wise. At least Juicy guarantees he's got the blades. And if he runs back, he might have a Vandal to hand over as well. Maybe hold on to it because the rest of the players have saved. But that will mean you will need 3 rounds consecutive to potentially make overtime here. Metasport, I don't think you'd want it to let the situation go to bind. We're talking about, where their strengths lie, and it starts. And, it starts really well for them on this series, but the longer it goes, the later we are in the map pool, the more difficult it becomes. So Metasport know how crucial the situation is. Try and make it work from the get-go. Cider falling to the spike explosion to not hand over any orbs to his opposing team.
Match point.
And we enter a very, very important round here for Metasport. They need to start chaining things together, otherwise it's curtains for Pearl and bind incoming.
You got ultimates now. You got a full buy, but it's just been chaining losses for the most part. Perfect time for Brody to be taking a timeout, really, but it does allow Sweet and Sour an opportunity to just sit there and think like, okay, what do they have available? What do they like to do? Where can we exploit this? Where are we finding success? Because Metasport have just really not been in this half full stop, it feels like.
Yeah, they've had a hard time. They won the pistol, the follow-up. They managed to take a thrifty round. But apart from that, when it comes to the buy round, big instabilities. You can't lose this round, but at the same time, you don't want to use all 4 ultimates and leave nothing for later. It's a hard balance, but you need to look at it one step at a time. 1 foot in front of the next. Metasport require 3.
Money's too good as well for Sweet and Sour that they're not really going to be on an eco for these last 3 rounds. No harm in just throwing yourselves into it at the moment.
My ultimate's ready.
Metasport not willing to take the risk in fighting for the orb in A main. Yeah, now it's going to get a lot of information. It might halt Sweet and Sour that were looking to go for this aggression. And they do finally find Defo that was playing in double doors.
Chinook flashed. Trying to find a pot shot as he does vacate the premises. Sweet and Sour already with a player behind. And Metasport trying to create angles into Art. Chinook, is he wondering to go for the peak? Yes, he is. But look how Sweet and Sour are bunching up together, but it does end up to bite them. Anguist and Chinook are exactly what Metasport needed. They come alive, 2 apiece on that fight, and Metasport in double digits.
All right, 2 more, and you didn't use any of those big ultimates. In fact, all 5 are available. So Metasport might just have enough here, but you're looking at money again. One thing that this does impact is Defo. He's not going to be able to get these ops out consistently, but he does have that total force in the pocket. So he's just going to keep buying until he's basically forced to run out.
Yeah, no, he'll be fine. I think you're no longer looking at the economy overall. Maybe Burzy for the next round will struggle. Well, Burzy, the next round, if it is Sweet and Sour to win. then it's the round over. So I don't think Bezzy can worry about it really. Okay, that's a great dagger. It reveals so many players. If the thing is, Metasport haven't really reacted to it. They're holding to their guns, not overthinking it. All positions. Focus onto Art now. And that's the right thing to do. Defo will be slow peeking with the operator. Doesn't find the first angle. Might have spotted out a kneecap Cider. The moment he goes and drops the smoke is the moment he ends up losing his life. Sweet and Sour with the numbers. A site in their sights.
And they're just holding on. Just waiting for Metasport to be the ones making the mistakes, and it's a 4 versus 2, and they execute inbound. Anguist trying to hold on the best that he can do. The flashes are good, but you don't want to overextend here. You might be able to get a little bit more, but this is precarious.
It's a Hail Mary. You need one. You need one in moments like this, and Anguist might be delivering just on time. Spike forced out of the ace site. Anguist and Chinook, the most dangerous in the last few rounds, have shown what they can do, but now they are no longer on the home ground of the A site. They need to make it work on B.
We've got a Horn, Seize, a Prowler,
Thorns activated.
and a Flash for Ethan. That's about it.
You don't know where Viti is, though. You know one player is close to the site as a Spike had to go down, but where's the other? Maybe mid has been pushed. Maybe he's through alley. Maybe he's long, maybe both are playing back plan. You have no idea, you need to figure it out. Prowler spots out where one of the players are.
I'm just getting low.
Stra's dropped as well. Gravity Well potential could put damage into Metasport here. They need to act quickly. Gravity Well expended. There might still be time. Chinook holding the angle. They know where he is. Anguist on the defuse. Chinook needs to deliver here. He needs to get the pick. And that's exactly what he does! And I think just by mere second, 1 second, just under, allowing Metasport to stay in the game.
2 versus 4-1. Metasport were looking done and out, preparing for bind up until the very end. Incredible play to keep themselves going, and still only using 2 of those ultimates. Still a free. Sweet and Sour taking a timeout. A good chance for Metasport to be feeling good about themselves, that they're bringing this back. Pressure is now back on the attacking side. Anguist does tremendously well. And just how reliable these players are. Those that you'd consider most supportive with the roles that they play, having huge impact to keep their team in the driving seat to win this one 2-0.
You don't really want to overthink rounds like this though, right? Sure, you've got a lot available to you, but the moment you start not clearing angles or moving a little bit forwards, getting ahead of yourself, got a plan more in mind than thinking of your fundamentals, that's when things could go wrong. It's just a matter of remembering the basics. Don't overcomplicate now. This is not the time for it. Oh, this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be close. Sweet and Sour. 4 out of 5 players. Eyes on the A site.
You want to play? Let's play.
So the Force finally in action with a rifle for Defo. I quite fight for the orb here, but there's no characters, I suppose, really benefiting from the orb currently. Run it back, available for the Phoenix for Disease. Defo's managed to sneak his way all the way into B-Link.
But the 2 players defending the A site are still there and still well to start shooting. Well, running back doesn't do a thing. Cider and Chinook are being tested again, and they will have no issues finding these solutions, getting the pickups. Chinook is low, but it doesn't even matter. He's got friends by his side.
Covering it.
Numbers for days. Sweet and Sour are in trouble. Trailing behind by 2 players. They need an answer, but Jusu, look at this. Reading the right angle. Knowing where Defo had a chance to peek through. Viti and Deceased need a miracle now to put Sweet and Sour into a 3rd map. Otherwise, back to overtime with the momentum fully into Metasports' sails.
30 seconds left.
Flash out doesn't affect Cider, and he's a crucial aspect of his defense. He's going to play time here. Deceased brings it down to a potential 1v3. But with 20 seconds, he's got to take the fight. Oh, and he wins it! No way. No way it's a duel that puts Sweet and Sour to bind. Blades out, Juicy doesn't take the chance of an equal fight, knows that the Caesar's got time pressure to get the spike down, and brings things to overtime.
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling as well. Even towards the end, Diseased potentially picking up the 1 versus 3. His time not on his side, and Juicy just completely unfazed. Looked at him on his camera, he just really wasn't that fussed. Even Brody's looking relatively chill, but then again, you're fine. Like, you're in overtime, you managed to claw this one back. Sweet and Sour, the ones dealing with the pressure. You're 1-0 up in this series.
Yeah. And for anyone that has just joined, this is a match for qualification of the Challengers EMEA. This is not just a Swiss stage match or a open qualies match or a main Swiss match or round robin of anything of the sorts. No, this one has the biggest stakes you could possibly have. You either make it amongst the best in Europe in EMEA, or you're out from the first split of of this year.
Oh, no.
This is not anything to play around with. This is all pressure right now. And Metasport find first blood in their offensive attempt. Jusu, backside. He's comfortable in situations like this. And even in the midst of a gravity well, he succeeds. But Sweet and Sour are able to punch back. It's a back and forth that Metasport will win. A 1v2 now. 1 minute on the clock. And this East asked to make it work by himself. He's got a curveball. And he's repositioned, so he may have the element of surprise. No info, though. Checks backside. Anguist's bullet, his weapon is visible. Can he make it work? Oh, yes, he can! And Sweet and Sour, again on match point.
Able to just bring this back. Metasport finding the first kill, maybe even the first 2 over on that B site. Those executes have been working so well, and even then you saw Jusu dashing in, getting flashed by his teammates, still able to make it a 5 versus 3 for them. Disease plays that nicely, deals with the pressure. He's been in form today. He's had some crazy good moments, but certainly the end of this map, Phoenix has been absolutely blazing. Really, it's a case of how both these teams are feeling, and like for Metasport now, defensive side was the rough side for them. Looking to be aggressive in A main.
Imagine mustering up a comeback and then failing in the overtime. That has got to be painful mentally. Mind you, Metasport got first blood the previous round as well, but it meant nothing. They get it this time, but on defense, it might be easier to convert that lead. 4 players strong to attack this B site. 2 different angles. Verzi on first connect. Ooh. Oh! Nade in hand. Unable to retaliate. Anguist takes that position his fallen teammate had once before. Chinook, he can heal the commotion. He's gonna drop. This is a Hail Mary, and it's spotted by Yantu. Anguist, though, gets a double. Make it a triple. Decisive and determined to make sure Metasport are still in this game. Still in the fight. Defo holding on. You cannot take these individual fights against Defo because he will win them. Quality of a world champ. You cannot hand him these opportunities.
The crossfire.
30 seconds.
30
Smart
seconds
decision.
left.
Defo approaches. As quick as possible, Shorty. That's the weapon of choice, honestly. Close distance fights, he knows something like this could be up, especially with the smoke. It kind of paints the picture. Nebula to 4. Ooh. He had the right idea, he really did. It's just that Cider was just slightly quicker to the trigger. 1 less button required to be pressed. Another round of overtime.
Crazy form, isn't it? Anguist, we rarely saw it from his perspective there just because of the utter chaos from watching Chinook jump from the high ground and just miss out. Both teams getting an extra timeout in OT means that Metasport and Brody can just take a moment. Able to just hold on. Been a bit of a slow day to race this for Sweet and Sour, but now they've really warmed up into this occasion. Metasport, you just don't want it to peter out if you can help it, realistically. That feels like what it could boil down to, especially going to Bind as the third map. A map that you've not shown anything on. Not inherently that it's bad, but just it's untested.
It's a real battle out there.
Yeah, getting good reps for Brave AF as well as a coach. Only started doing it start of this year.
True.
Probably is, well, not his first overtime game. There was a couple for Sweet and Sour. In fact, on this map against Wild, I think it went to OT in their first Swiss stage game. Probably the most stressful overtime so far. And he was on Fnatic of all teams.
Yep. Metasport slowing down the pace a little bit. And now we'll get to see the plan coming to fruition. Clearly the main objective is this A site, but what are the interim pieces?
Obscuring vision.
Whoa, no second guessing yourself. That's definitely an answer. Jusu, though, isn't traded. Good stun to the back of the site. Can it be taken advantage of? Anguist, only good for the one, but Burzy trade. 3v3 is the picture we're painting. Spike down, and Sweet and Sour group up.
Just gotta watch out for the operator, but Defo is a glass cannon. Goes for the peak, finds it onto Burzy. Tidus position's a tough one to uproot, but the hot hands is gonna be great for that. He's just shuffled forward, actually able to go for the peak in perfect timing.
He waits for it, he delays it, which makes sure that the Cease has no idea he is approaching. 1v2 now. Asida deals with Defo. Shorty in hand by Affin, as he's determined to keep Sweet and Sour alive. But he needs to defuse, and Shinnick knows it, closing up the distance, and Metasport now in the lead.
Shinnick's full of cold as well, is what you were saying towards the start of today, so playing ill, but he's playing some sick Valorant too at the same time. Match series, qualifying point for Metasport finally. And now Sweet and Sour taking a timeout themselves. Both coaches inexperienced, really. Both previous players now going into that coaching slot. And just the timing there was key for Metasport to go for those fights. Decided just narrowly. Just getting perfect timing over onto Diseased.
Yeah, a lot of parallels can be drawn in from both of these teams. Whether you're talking about the coaches, kind of new in that role this year. When you're talking about the situation in the main Swiss stage, the fact that they both won 3 games to nothing, the top 2 out of the 8, and out of the 16 rather, and yeah, the players returning and the players and the organizations playing in Challengers North last year as well. A lot of parallels, but only one can move forwards. Only one can be in the top 4.
Yeah, I would have worn we were in there.
I guess this game is in Sage's hands right now. Let's see where fate takes us. Metasport. The last overtime games, or rounds, they played it slow. They weren't the ones to take early pressure. No one is looking in their direction, and this could be trouble for Sweet and Sour. Jusu is getting away with a lot here. I don't think he can believe how much space is being granted to him. He can hear the commotion in mid as well, and this could be massive. 1 head, 2 heads. Jusu might have just unlocked this round for Metasport. But not only the round, this is a series.
Oh no.
Qualifying point into Challengers EMEA. Sweet and Sour overlook a potential push by Metasport, and it bites them in the ass. Defo and Ianto are the final 2 players to drop. Cider elated, and you cannot blame them. Metasport achieve their goals of making it into Challengers EMEA. and they still have a long way to go.
A really good showing from Metasport. Not only just a dominant first map of Fracture, but just having the cojones to come back into that one, right? Up against a team that is so much more experienced across the board, as some mechanical gods with some crazy rounds in form, but winning stuff like the ecos that we saw. The Chinook Ace is certainly a highlight, and just a worthy showing. Like Metasport have put together a really strong squad here. Was dominant to begin with for the Swiss stage, had a bit of a fall in this sort of upper playoffs, but man, like an exciting team to see in that top 4 and exactly what you're going to get with this squad. Shame for Sweet and Sour, they're eliminated from stage 1, but I do expect and hope to see these players again for stage 2.
Yeah, we knew it would be an unfortunate turn of events saying goodbye to any of the two teams given how good they've been in this tournament so far. But yes, you're right, Sweet and Sour are out and Metasport continue their journey in Challengers Northeast, but already with a ticket to the biggest of tournaments in Tier 2 and Challengers EMEA is awaiting for them. We'll be throwing this to the desk to break down.
What a game. You were worried for a second there that it was going to be, you know, a little bit one-sided, but that really brought things back. That, you know what, the series was all worth it at that point. Disregard map 1, the whole series happened there in map 2. That was absolutely brilliant from both teams, and Metasport's ability to bring it back from so many dire situations there, they definitely deserved that win.
Absolutely, but Sweet and Sour, they were amazing there as well, seeing a lot of Deceased highlights. That was amazing. That secured them another OT. Deceased getting that 1 versus 2 situation, patiently just going, but you can see from Cider's emotion how much that matters to them. That's insane. You get that slot for the next stage visit Challengers, and that's insane. It was the elimination match, a lot on the line, and
yeah, exactly.
I think 15-13 is exactly how we want to go about it.
Yeah, there's no other way of putting it. I mean, Metasport, you could tell they wanted it. There's, you know, a saying when you're playing Sunday League football here in the UK, which is the team that wins just wants it more. That's just how it is, and it feels like Metasport really, like, when their backs were up against the wall, they absolutely brought out their A game at every single situation that they could. Like, there were so many moments we were like, oh my god, it's over. They're Sweet and Sour, they're going to come back into this, and on Vine they might actually just take the series, but Metasport just didn't let themselves die there.
Yeah, I think it was amazing how they came back. It was like 9-12 or 8-12 around there, and that's insane to climb from there. A lot of like 2 versus 4 situations, a lot of situations that if Sweet and Sour, if they were on top of their A game, that could have been over and we could have been on bind already. But at this time, I think Metasport, they were just stronger. Their mentality throughout those hard times were so much better. And I mean, amazing team. I'm glad to have them tomorrow as well and seeing them in the challenges as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how much further they can go in the playoffs. But before we get on to that kind of stuff, let's take a look at a couple of rounds. You highlighted a few for me here. So round 17, I think, is the first one. Oh, wait, no, we might, hold on. We might be skipping straight forward to the interview. I'm not sure. Oh, sorry,
yeah.
You might have to repeat that. Okay, interview is ready. Cider is here, waiting for us. We won't keep him waiting. We'll do all the analysis afterwards. Whatever. Hello, Cider. How are you doing? Your reaction there at the end. I mean, you must be somewhat, like, a little bit happy, tiny bit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it means everything to us to be able to go to Challengers now. But yeah, I'm just relieved, honestly. We had some disgusting rounds on Pearl that we lost. But yeah, I mean, I'm just relieved, honestly, right now. I was sick today, and I mean, I'm very happy that I still pulled through and gave it my all, you know. So yeah, I'm just super happy right now.
Yeah, okay, I want to deep dive a little bit. Obviously, Burzy, an amazing player. He has been playing as a controller, has had his surgery, had a break for 1.5 years. Can you kind of open up the process, why and how Burzy, because it seems like this is one of the best scouting picks that we have had in this league.
I mean, I know I've known Burzy from Focus as well, where he stood in for us in like some pracs and stuff because there were some issues, and I know what kind of person he is. And when I built this team, I just wanted to get every single person that really has the fire inside of them, that wants to do everything to win, and he is the definition of that. I mean, he lives for it, and I think after his surgery and the basically near-death experience. I mean, he's a guy that knows what he wants to do, and yeah, I mean, we had to take him. You know, the things he brings are fantastic.
It seems that it's amazing, especially on that bridge. I mean, I kind of want to dive deep into your mind as well. You can maybe brush with this, but Teho and Breach, it seems like it's really prominent in Haven and Fracture. Do you think teams that are not picking it are kind of handicapping themselves, and that's why you were so dominant on Fracture, or do you think it's meh, whatever?
I mean, I think Fracture, they had no chance. Like, honestly, it should have been no, but like genuinely, like, I mean, it doesn't matter what comp they played, they wouldn't have won that game, because I think we have such a good understanding of the map, and that's just how that is. We played really solid. They had no foot to stand on, basically. But I would agree, yeah, I think Teho Breach is super strong, not necessarily on every single map, but the reason it's so strong is because it's strong every single part of the round. So when you take the first base, he's strong. When you want to hit the side, he's strong. Then you get it back when you want to play the afterburn, he's strong. And same on defense, all three phases of the round. I mean, that's just how it is. And combo with the Breach is undeniably strong, right? So, yeah.
Okay, well, before we let you go, and before you can look forward to Challengers EMEA, hopefully your head is still in the Northeast game. What's the outlook for the rest of the playoffs? And, you know, who are you hoping to come up against in your next game? And if you win that, who are you hoping to come up against in the finals?
I mean, next game it's Enterprise and Zero Tenacity, right? So I mean, I don't really care about who we play from them. I think they're both around the same level, pretty good. But I would say Liquid I want to play again. Like, we were not ourselves when we played against them, and I really want to show. I mean, I want to see if they can play when we're playing good. I want to see if they can do anything. Okay. But I think they can. They have some very strong and solid young players. But yeah, obviously that's the game I want to play again. They cooked us, you know.
Great. Well, okay, I'm glad to hear that you want to get that victory against them. And good luck for the rest of it. Obviously, you know, you've got to prepare for your next game, but we'll see who you're up against later today. So, well done, man, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Have a good evening, boys. Bye-bye.
You too, man.
You too.
Oh, lovely guy. I do like that he was just like, yeah, no matter what they did, they wouldn't have won against us on Fracture. We just rolled them. That's just how it is. We just win. Well, let's take a look at Pearl again, and you have round 17 to take a look at first.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the highlight. Without this round, they wouldn't have been able to win Pearl, I think. Chinook getting that 5-piece there with the Seraph on an eco. I think this is just ridiculous. It shows the miscoordination that Sweet and Sour had. I think a little bit too ambitious on Affin there. You're obviously pushing yourself a little bit too far. There's nothing or no one who can trade that. Defo, same thing. Obviously, you have been crazy with the operator. You want to go for the pick, but giving those picks one by one. Then Deceased as well, getting big. But Chinook is like, no, not a chance. But just look at this highlight. Insane. Yeah. No one has a chance, and this is how Metisports gained the momentum back. Not too many rounds. They get. I don't think they got a single round after this until Sweet and Sour were at round 12. But that was an insane moment where Chinook was able to bring a round back, and I think when we look at the final score, that was one of the most crucial rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the reaction of Brave after that one was like, why are you letting him take like 5 2v1s there? That is absolutely insane. And yeah, it's just letting them have the slight opening in the door, and it's such a quality team that they can take that one. But now, let's take a look. A few rounds later, round 20, you wanted to highlight now.
Yeah, I think it was perfect showing how Sweet and Sour are reading Metisport in this map. This setup that Metisport has done in this A lobby, I think they did it for like 3-4 rounds, and Sweet and Sour finally they're like, okay, we're gonna put everything into this round. We're gonna use the Sova ultimate, we're gonna put the Phoenix in, we're gonna use the Phoenix ultimate and just wreck this A lobby. And I think that was such a good showing of Sweet and Sour being able to read the Metisport play and actually bring the confidence in the table as well to fight that A lobby. From that, they gained the round, they gained the second round, and Metisport were in a situation where they had to play for OT. Obviously, in the end, that was good for Metisport. But then we have round 23 as well to look at. I think this was disastrous. This was the end for Sweet and Sour. This 2 versus 4. You cannot afford to lose this.
Yeah.
If you check out this round, I think they're kind of miscoordinated. You know, Ian took going for the fight. Afun was already out of there. Then Deceased getting trapped into that fight as well. All of a sudden, Anguist getting 2 picks. It's a 2 versus 2. And, well, we all know how this post plant went.
Yeah, and again, it felt avoidable, didn't it? There were so many situations where it turned into, again, a 2v1 against the Sweet and Sour players there. Obviously, you know, Afen leaving and going in towards mid at the end of that round, and then just it kept going like that. There was no trade on that final kill, and then it was just a 2v1, and it didn't work out in their favor. But it was just so many of those kind of rounds, I feel like, where Sweet and Sour just left the door just a crack open, and Metasport, full credit to them, were able to take advantage of all of those situations in ways that I don't think a lot of teams would be able to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think especially in that round as well, there was a chance where they go to the other way or the other way. If they stick together, they win. But, you know, that didn't happen. And now we are going for the next map as well. But before that, we're going to have a break. Zero Tenacity was versus Enterprise Esports after this.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy to find, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like like it when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush, can't fight my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere you end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me the weapon. I'm no vegan, a bee. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night.
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast, everyone. We've got our first game we've got our first game completely done, but now we've got a second game ready for you underway. We couldn't keep you waiting for too long because it's just too exciting today. And now we do have Enterprise Esports versus Zero Tenacity up next. And these guys have a storied history against each other. I mean, they have played against each other a lot, not just in Northeast, but also in East before the formation of the two leagues together. Before now, they have played against each other genuinely so much that I think we could come up with a better head-to-head with these two teams than we could with the last game, with all of the games in Northeast. Like, it's genuinely, they played that much against each other. And we have two games that we can take a look at in just a little bit here. Actually, no, we can probably take a look at the two games that they played against each other right now. And this is just in this league, one in the upper Swiss bracket and once already in the playoffs straight away. And it's gone back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like we know what maps they like. It's been the same maps. And I wonder if it's going to be actually the same maps right now. We'll see later on. But I think it definitely could be because how close the matches have been. Obviously, that Pearl was first won by Zero Tenacity, then Enterprise Esports 13-8. So I think, or actually other way around, I think. But I think there is definitely a chance that we're gonna see exactly the same map pool, or at least similar, because I don't think these teams feel less confident from these results. I think they will definitely still be confident in their own gameplay, but they just gotta hone from that last week, especially Enterprise Esports, who actually lost their last match 2-0, which was kinda, well, maybe not as disastrous as that checkmate game for Sweet and Sour, but it was still a tough loss.
Yeah, and especially after you've already beaten that team in quite a tough victory 2-1, having them come back against you and have quite a relatively simple time beating you on pretty much exactly the same map pool is a little scary. I wonder now if Enterprise are going to be able to develop their map pool a little further, or at least go for some counter picks against Zero Tenacity now, because they have a very similar map pool. Haven is their kind of mainstay for both teams, and both teams have a relatively decent win rate on that one, so they're not going to want to avoid it. I would like to see a Lotus pick from Enterprise Esports if they're going to try and take something that Zero Tenacity might not be so comfortable on, but we haven't really seen Lotus from Enterprise, so I don't know if they're comfortable picking that themselves.
Yeah, we've seen only one of those, but I think something that they definitely have going on for them that we have probably talked about previously a lot, they have so much experience. Two champion winners on your roster. Doma, who played for Sun FC, Fnatic, has gone to multiple grand finals, has won some tournaments as well, played for Polaris as well in 10-star. And a lot of experience alongside that. Jazz, obviously, on that East region. Starkey as well. He has played on multiple teams. All of these players have gone to Ascension at least. So when you compare the experience of Enterprise Esports to Zero Tenacity, there's so much more of. But then you have Zero Tenacity, who is hungry for that experience. They want to show what they're made of. They want to prove that they can actually beat these previous champion winners 2021. Obviously, it's been 4 years.
Yeah.
We cannot reminisce on that. We cannot stay on that because you have to prove yourself all the time. But I think Zero Tenacity, they already showed that they are here to fight. That was such a good game, that previous game against Enterprise Esports, but they have to show that again today.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we saw a similar kind of storyline develop with Sweet and Sour a couple of seasons ago in North, in that, you know, they came kind of not out of nowhere, but they were definitely, you know, not kind of looked at as the team with experience that is able to kind of get these wins day in, day out, but suddenly they became one of the top teams in the league. And I think we're seeing something similar from Zero Tenacity here, and it's very possible that if they do get this win, they get into Challengers EMEA, they take a spot away from some players who you would have down on paper to get into that, absolutely no questions asked. They're making big names for themselves there, and that would be such an important win, and they're in a good position to do it right now with the most recent game against this team going 2-0 in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Zero Tenacity, they have a lot of synergy in between. Gurmikista and Perthy played almost 150 matches under Diamant alongside each other. But I think something that we want to take a look at is this duelist differential. Alexic and Jazz is going to be our head-to-head. It's a classic head-to-head with the duelists. I think it's interesting in terms of both of these players kind of have a similar story. They played in a team that have players that are playing in VCT right now. Alexi, he played under EP, and Benji Fisi and Mini has gone from that roster to VCT. Then you have Jazz as well, who has had similar experience with Robbie, PK, and Kamuk being on his team. So you definitely have players who have people that they look up for in VCT, and they just want to prove themselves. I think this is going to be insane close fighting, and what we have seen previously as well, these players, they are going head to head all the time. They play the same agents. They usually play Jets, but if they go Razes, then it's both players playing Razes, and it's going to be insane to see what is happening here.
Yeah, they're two very similar players, as you kind of mentioned, and I think that is going to mean that we're going to have quite a high pace of play here. These are not two kind of stylistically different teams like we saw in the last game between Sweet and Sour and Metasport. These two guys should be really at each other's throats the whole time. They're two very high-pace Jet players a lot of the time, and that is going to materialize on a lot of the maps that we will see. So I'm expecting a higher pace of play. Maybe not quite, you know, the same. We might not get through the maps quite as quickly as the first one, but still, the rounds should go quite quickly in just the way they're able to create space.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's some kind of tension as well between Alexic and Zeke, because they played in Go Next alongside each other. There might be some kind of beef, especially if other player is diffing the other one. I'm not quite sure. There might be something that I do not want to see from Zeke is that Reyna. I think it's a gimmicky pick. It's a pick that Ascent played back in 2021, I think even 2020 maybe, or 2022. It's something that they actually made pretty good sense out of. I think it was Split that they played that at, but I'm not quite sure if it works in this current meta. I'm not sure how it works with this current compositions that they are bringing in. It hasn't worked that well in the past, I think.
Right, and well, looking forward to the map veto on that kind of note here. Again, we kind of mentioned it, they have a similar map pool. We're expecting to see Haven at the very least. I don't think either of them are going to ban that out, but I'm assuming an Abyss. Oh, straight away. Okay, both of these teams like to float that one, but Enterprise, to be fair, only have a 25% win rate on that. I could see why they would ban that one out. I'm assuming that, I mean, Fracture or Bind from Zero Tenacity here, but that does leave Abyss open for Enterprise Esports, which they have banned 100% of the time. So that's a bit scary for them.
No surprises on that field. I think Enterprise definitely, they lost two previous Pearls. So they were like, let's not go there. The Reyna comp was kind of gimmicky. Bind is going to be interesting. I'm surprised to see, or I'm happy to see rather, that Enterprise is going here, but I'm still surprised because they haven't played a single Bind this year. Obviously, if we look at Ascent with Zeke and Killes, they were one of the better teams in Bind. They were almost unbeatable. So they could maybe draw something out of that, but I'm happy to see this. Haven, obviously, not too much of a surprise either.
Yeah, I'm not sure where this one's gonna go now, because Fracture's already been out there. Lotus is gonna be banned. Split. I don't think we've seen Split even once from either of these teams, so this is very interesting.
Yeah, I think Zero Tenacity played one Split, but they lost it 0-1, so it's not that much of a comfort pick. 40-13 against Team Liquid Academy. I mean, to be fair, Team Liquid Academy, they were insane in that map. They were just dominating, they were controlling the pace. So maybe it's not too fair of a comparison, but I think Split is going to be interesting. It's going to be a lot of surprising factors here.
Yeah, we did see Split once against Team Liquid Academy, 4-13 against Zero Tenacity. So these two teams have taken each other to the back alleys here. They played 2 series against each other that had the same map pool. They won, each of them won one, and they went, you know what, we're going to go completely left field here. Haven is the only pick that they both enjoy on this one. They're going to hate the rest of this series, I think, both teams. This should be really interesting. I'm excited to see this one, because this will be fresh. It's not going to be the same maps that we've seen from these two teams. We've got something actually interesting going on here, which is really exciting to see, especially starting off with Bind.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder if we're gonna see that Teho Breach comp in Bind. You have multiple variations that you could absolutely run in Bind. But I think Teho Breach has been really prominent, at least Teho has been really prominent in Bind, because especially on attacking side, you can just control that B-long orb, you can control bathroom, you can pretty much control that early round pace. But we're not gonna see that. We're gonna see the Reina from Alexic, which is interesting. This is, oh wow, Yoru, not too surprising.
Yeah,
but I'm kinda happy to see it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on here. So we've got solo controller on the side of Zero Tenacity, which is slightly interesting, more interesting than, you know, I think the Enterprise comp going on there. That's pretty classic. Nothing surprises me there, but Zero Tenacity going with a more modern kind of look to it. But yeah, the solo controller might give them a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think this your race pick is perfect, especially against Vice. That's like a direct counter. You can go past the Vice traps, which are really a thorn in your side. It's so annoying as a non-duelist that doesn't have a dash to go through that Vice, and you can delay so much. But when you have Yoru and Raze, you can just dash over those traps, and it seems like this is gonna be really heavy aggressive composition for Zero Tenacity, but I'm excited to see. I mean, I hope you're excited to see as well, Ryan and Pavlos. Please cast us through this.
That we will. That we will. I feel like today's lower bracket, these elimination matches are as spicy as they possibly could be. These teams facing each other for the 3rd time already this split. And each time we've had a different result. We don't know where this one is going to go, Ryan. And this one has got all the stakes.
Yeah, and shout out to Zesht. It's the holy trinity of maps as well. The initial first 3 maps added into the game as Zesh so perfectly put it himself in 2022, I think it was. The Holy Trinity has come full circle, which still
it's cool.
lives in my head rent-free. Yeah, it's weird to be seeing a qualifying game, Pavlos, where neither team has played this map.
It is. I mean, look, both times we've had different results. The maps that were played did not go their way. Sometimes it did, sometimes it did. It might just be best they try it out on a new playing ground, and that's exactly what they're doing. This one is for Challengers EME qualification. 2 Eastern teams, history and plenty. It's time to see which one will be coming out on top. Probably 2 of the most stacked rosters. Enterprise Esports, I don't think there's no question in anyone's minds. It's probably one of the most stacked rosters when you just look at the players and the team. Let's see how this one goes, as it's Zero Tenacity to start off on the defensive and Enterprise on the aggressive. Zeke is first up to the back of the site, Frenzy in hand. MSH is able to find one before he drops. Is that good enough? Still, Spike not planted, and Zero Tenacity have already got 3 players that could assist from showers. There's definitely no comfort here, given how pretty he's pushing through spawn. But Zeke is looking for the high ground himself. No, he's thinking better of it. Guiding Light. showing that there's someone nearby. Spike does go down. Who gets the first shot through?
Look at Keyless as well. This patient flank has been all the way waiting. And the flash is good, but yeah, you don't expect Zeke to be on that corner of all things, aggressively pushed up. Post plant's good for EP. The 4v2, even Starkey, who is pretty much down to what, 13 HP, able to stay alive and help them get the pistol from the Lux.
Yeah, and Krimakista Auto himself moves into the Nebula where Doma is waiting. Enterprise Esports start things off with a bang, winning the pistol of Bind.
What to say about Enterprise when it comes to this team, their pedigree, what they're able to do and what they have achieved already?
Yeah.
And I think the most surprising thing is that, like, out of everybody, Keyless is like the top performer on the squad. A player that was like notoriously overlooked, I think, on that Ascend team when it comes to like individual impact. Has been performing in a central role tremendously well. Playing Viper as well. It's the first time that me and you have casted Bind so far this year because most teams have avoided it, but still sticking to the old guns when it comes to the comps. Double Duelist is going to add a new spice to it, sure. But I think Keyless' form so far this stage has been one of the standout things for EP and why they're able to be in this position looking to qualify for EMEA challenges.
Zero Tenacity banking on a stack, and it might be the best decision for them. The fact that they will try and go aggressive, though, I'm not sure how well it could go, because there was a stack of Enterprise Esports themselves, but somehow the Classics get 2 kills. The thing is, you want to upgrade your guns here. Starkey low. Oh, this could be worrisome. Healing coming through from Doma. It's important, because those pistols could nearly knock Starkey off his feet. And having extra presence in Hookah could be a solution for Enterprise. But they back out, figure out that the fight into B is not what they're looking for, and then turn their attention to A.
What positions does he tend to be in now? Artie having the Phantom just go through the TP if he wants. Really crunch in on this A execute. Wikila's still alive. It does mean that you do have this Viper wall to work around. Making it well aware that you're going for this plant now. The Astra start not quite in a position to like pull them off, but Irex looking to go for a fight, but wants to buy time surely to 4 versus 3. Use that player advantage. Don't overextend if you can help it.
If you can help it, and Doma is out into the open, so he gets caught out. Zero Tenacity. This should be a really good pickup for them. Not allow Enterprise to get solid in their economy.
No.
Starkey. Good angle. And that definitely puts the round off balance. Could be anyone's if Starkey wins this fight, but no. Pretty stands strong. Incendiary does drop. Being halved makes it winnable, and Killers knew he had to take matters into his own hands. Couldn't make it work. So Zero Tenacity get away with a thrifty.
Yeah, a bit of a flub there from EP. You have a really good pistol. End up losing a big gun early. And so far it's a weird series as well because the teams actually played each other like in the first round of playoffs. You didn't have the thing where after the second game the bracket flips, it actually flipped initially. So we have seen both these teams play each other. It was Z10 that won last time. Pretty comfortable 2-0. Might be one of the reasons why we're seeing this map as well. EP knowing that they want to basically take to a map that they'd have the advantage on. But they also met in the sort of upper bracket Swiss stage, I think, as well. Where it went for Enterprise. So both teams have been trading blows. There's no favourites, even if the most recent result did go Z10's way.
Yeah, it's a coin flip on who comes out on top on this one. An awkward buy on both ends, but it's Enterprise that seem to be finding the leading kills. That flash is
There's
immaculate.
No
Follow-up even better. So the site takeover of Enterprise probably means they'll win the round as well.
4v2. Grimakista having a judge. Yeah, it's not the best gun to be having in these situations. Not much utility to work with either for a retake. Just as we saw Enterprise losing a thrifty against one, able to pick up their own straight afterwards.
Last player standing.
You were just hoping for a little miracle at that point. MSH. He's stuck right now.
Die.
Never mind, they're stuck with him. Oh, MSH, stop it! At least he gets a triple kill by the end of things. Makes this round a little bit better. Ends up falling himself, but hey, that's better than 4 survivors for EP.
So far, both teams showing why Bind hasn't been played so far, I think. Not really the ace up their sleeve that they're holding on to. Well, the ass up their sleeve. That doesn't really work, though, does it? I like both ideas. I thought one of the reasons why we won't be seeing much Bind was going on to another eco, which is probably going to go Z10's way at this rate. I thought one of the reasons why we haven't seen much Bind just full stop globally is like the deadlock meta, right? Like just how good that agent is on this map in particular, that teams just don't want to bother with it. So it is interesting to see neither team picking it up here and just going for different directions. Kind of feels that both comps are sort of meant not to counter deadlock, but to just try and surpass it in ways. So it's kind of funny that both teams, not knowing what each other were playing, came up with two very distinctly different ideas. But both double duelist, which is kind of odd.
Yeah, I guess try to break through. I think that's the way you describe it. Probably sums it up perfectly. High ground for Zeke. Gives him some leverage. Pretty. Spots Zeke a little too late. So takeover successful. Enterprise have really liked taking over this A site. Been pretty good at getting the spike down by the end. Whether they win a round or not is a different aspect, but with all 5 players alive and a couple of ultimates for guarantee, it's more than likely that they will.
Positions are pretty much fairly safe from EP. Up until that peak from Keyless. Well, both peaks, Christ almighty. But, like EP, I thought were like playing out pretty safely, knowing like they just want to keep the guns in favor, keep money good, ultimates are coming online now, so now's a good chance to string some rounds together, keep Z10 on like poor economy. And then they just bring it down to like a 1 versus 4, and then they all start just aping their way into backside. But, you know, it happens. There's anything to know about this Enterprise team is like, they are confident.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. Whereas Z10 and EP didn't have the main Swiss stage they would have liked. 1 loss for EP, Z10 barely making it through. With 2 lost to their names. It's MSH for first blood, finally putting their foot on this ace side, making sure that AP can't just waltz in and take it as their own. Device utility is proving to be treacherous, and the showstopper from Zeke might have opened up another idea, though look at his position. That could be pretty damn good because they're not checking it, and he's going for trigger discipline. Oh, that's 2 kills, and now the round interrupted completely. Zero tenacity ahead. Secret revealing where Zeke is. Pretty will look in his direction. Flash coming out, and it's just on time. That is superb stuff from Pretty. That has just basically been enough to win this round single-handedly.
Even looks like Tyrex is just baiting his barrel as well. An awkward round from EP. Even the start of it as well. You got Jazz just using a dimensional drift and going into Hookah alone. Left. Mostly because of all of the utility from MSH's Vice, right? The wall goes up, separates the execute as it's coming in. It's just an odd round, especially a round where EP used so many ultimates, right? Dimensional Drift, Showstopper, they used the Seekers as well from Doma. Just seemed that MSH's Steel Guard just caused so much disruption. Coordination for the team wasn't quite there. This was a good ultimate. But at a point, you have to wonder if that corner should have been cleared.
I don't know. Oh yeah, it was a Steel Guard, and you're right.
Time to jump.
I thought for a moment there it was just a Razorvine, but either way, Alex Sick, deep position, up against 2. finds the angle first, but it's Zeke to get the pickup. Tyrex was nearby. Double blast pack, but who interrupts who? The answer is Tyrex, but still Doma as the backup is enough for Enterprise to start breaking through the A site. The only two defending players remaining are on the other side of the map. So EP to take over the A site and have numbers for this next fight.
Got a flank going all the way around. The Cosmic Divide that could maybe mask some of the noise that might be made by Party.
Well, what do you really have to break through? No guiding light. You've got to take these fights dry. Starkey already revealing himself, but that's just going to keep pretty occupied. Doma knows where his opponent's coming from, so it's easy pickings for him. Kista could not do a thing in that moment. Killers was very snappy, and that puts Enterprise right back into their winning ways.
Yeah, strange round, I think, for Zero Tenacity, right? You're able to get some wins on the board, and if rounds go on later, Enterprise might start making more mistakes. That just became a little bit of like an ego duel in shower from both teams. There was a nice kill from Starkey that was going through short, I think, so brings the numbers into their favor. Easy cleanup for Enterprise. Because this map is so hard to retake on, just having a player advantage going into an execute would be all the difference. It's fair to say the stuff from Zero Tenacity is risky, but if they can keep getting picks on tequilas like that, it's going to force Enterprise to go in over onto the B site. Maybe the Vice is going to slow them down.
Well, the wall will for now. Although Zeke will look to push through. Knows that one player's backside. Vice takes the moment to push through. MSH doesn't really get what he would have liked out of that fight. Again, as an Enterprise seem to be getting these executes without too many issues. The post plants start to complicate a little bit.
Good advantages for Enterprise, but I don't like this post plant. You're not playing in a hookah, you're not playing for elbow, you're sort of playing out in the open, and Jazz, it's fine if he's just going to clear them up like that. He's looking for the ace, can't quite get it, but at least trade it out. Should be another dimensional drift on the way for him as well. But just precarious yet again from Enterprise, but that just seems to be the way that they're playing right now, and if people are in form, if they're confident for these duels, why the hell not?
I don't know why, but the Jazz hands just came to mind. Reading Jazz is like, yeah, what do you get when Jazz sprays on his opponents? Jazz hands. I don't know. It's not even funny, but I'm finding it amusing. Either way.
It's where you get the Vi gauntlets. That's Jazz hands.
Right. Well, back to square one, basically, for Zero Tenacity. Only a couple of rifles at their disposal. Sure, if they are given an opportunity with a pick, they could be definitely in the fight, given the ultimates they have available, but it does require Tyrex getting a pick here, and it's not clean. Not a shot connecting. Maybe a few through the wall. That's on the two fronts that Enterprise took fights, they win. That just makes the endeavor a lot simpler. Their efforts to break through into his site. Baiting out a lot of the Vice utility as well, crossing through that would have been treacherous.
Yeah, I was a bit worried that Zeke was going to go in on his own just because the team was so split up, but yeah, he's just there to bait the wall. Everybody's grouped up now, the utility's gone for Vice. Empress is activated actually from Alexic. This is a round that they want to go for. He's the only one with a rifle, and he loses that first duel up against Doma.
Yeah, it won't go very well after that, will it? Oh, all 5 players alive by the end of that one for Enterprise, as they start to create a bit of a buffer between themselves and their opposition.
Ultimates as well, looking good with what's available on other Seekers. Viper's Pit from Keyless. Starkey Orbital Strike almost ready. Things are cruising along now. And it does just feel like for Z10 there, okay, yeah, you have one rifle, but that rifle's pushed up alone down showers to try and take a fight, and hope it goes well. Like Enterprise, yeah, they're sort of doing the same thing themselves a little bit, but at least there's a bit of team play there from, I think it was Zeke and Keyless. Such a risk for Z10 to go for these plays. Same here as well. If Grimakista's actually going to stay in hookah and fight, he's going to back off. He needs to. Because these fights have been well traded from Enterprise. They're doing a lot of good stuff together. Even if you get a kill, if it gets traded, it's still advantage Enterprise.
Again, the device proving to be useful to put Enterprise to slow down their pace a little bit. But there are 3 defenders. Good timing on the paint shots as well, as soon as the Razor Garden is deteriorated. The Razor Vine, rather. But Enterprise split their attention now to the B site, where 2 defenders lie. A jump peek from Pretty, if he continues to make them, will end up spotting Zeke, but he's being diligent, knowing that his teammates need to arrive over long, so it buys time for them. End up with a pick, orbital strike to deny any rotations. Gravik gets picked up as well. This is clean as it could be from EP, and it isn't even over. Desperate measures taken from Z10 to try to break through, but they aren't giving an inch. Completely knocked onto a wall, no wind in their lungs, suffocated to death. MSH, though, is fighting back. Maybe a bit overzealous by EP there, but they get the job done. 7-2. This is getting a little out of hand for Z10.
Really nice execute. I just like the way that Enterprise are playing now. It feels that they've really got a handle on what Z10 have been doing. Probably the reason why Zero Tenacity is calling the timeout right now is, okay, yeah, they know that we're putting this wall for Vice in short. They're just baiting it. They can either re-hit when everybody's grouped up on A, like they did the round before last, or they could just reset and go B. But even like the execute, right? You've got the spike, you take the spike over towards B long. Why? Because you know that there's a group of players playing from shot. They could just go for the TP. If Keyless has the spike there and he dies, you have to go into hookah to try and get it. Just a lot of intelligent decisions, mostly going to go through long, so you don't kind of get crunched through the teleporters. You've got Zeke and the Viper in hookah because you can throw a nade backside, but you can also snakebite like CT to stop anybody from pushing out. The orbital strike, the way that they're smoking, the scaling, the angles that they're clearing. Like, Enterprise have some really nicely drilled executes here. And it was a little bit like death matchy, I think, at the start, but now they're really doing some nice macro stuff and some nice nuanced plays.
Yeah, they've warmed up a bit now. And the quality is starting to show.
Pretty much since that 3K, 4K from Jazz. Feels that there's a sense of like Enterprise feel very much in the driver's seat. But also like, okay, yeah, we need to just play the macro game a little bit tighter, and we've got this.
Bit of a rotation here for Z10. 3 players early looking through a short. Want to punish any player that might get caught in the middle of everything, really, that Z10 had to have to their exposable throw at the situation there. But instead, Enterprise Esports, not fond of that idea. Instead, left extremity is the plan. Trailblazer spotting at least one of the players. Now, look how Zero Tenacity react. No rotation to the back B side. Instead, they aggress to A to figure out what the situation's like. And that might have opened up an opportunity for Enterprise to cross through A in showers, but instead, you can see Killers backing out. Both of them smart that either of them could be there, but it's Alex Sick to win that fight. Phantom upgraded, but do you know that Yas is there? I don't think you do. So you might get caught out. That's exactly what happened. Zeke breaking out into the site, showstopper, but I don't think it's even needed in this situation. Does it get damage onto the play crossing? No, Tyrex avoids it. They don't have the weapons, though. They need a pick, and they need a quick Starkey turning around. That could be dreadful for them. The showstopper connects on the other end, and now weapons could be upgraded too. On the site they go, and the spike is definitely not planted for the 2 remaining EP players. They need a breakthrough with firepower. And that's exactly what Zeke is looking to do. 2 players to defend the already defusing player, and it will be enough to allow Zero Tenacity to pick up a thrifty. Sure, Yas gets 3 in the end, but it's not even inflicting any damage.
Yeah, good adjustment for Z10 on the eco. Just a rough round there. Keyless. At no point was Z10 like pushing up as a group like that. You're clearly looking at the minimap, just the way that he was moving in position. Didn't quite see the player on his screen up until the last second. But just a call from Enterprise as well. Like, they go for the B execute. It's so hard to play B post plan if you don't have either hookah or elbow. You need to have control of one of them. If you don't, you just kind of get bottled in. It just ended up being an incredibly messy round from them. third dimensional drift in 11 rounds.
Damn. Impressive. Sage is only capable for the one. Can't quite escape that position. Viper's Pit has put a lot of trouble onto Zero Tenacity. You can't really feel comfortable to cross it.
Snake
Bite is enough to get the pickup. Because you're low, right? 1 HP of damage is all that's required.
Yeah, I mean, a Trailblazer would kill you if it catches onto you like that.
Ramek might be able to restore some order, but still a lot to be done.
Oh, he got the Viper!
He did. That means the Viper's Pit will also drop, but Jazz gets the jump on him. Guiding Light. Oh, it doesn't affect anyone, so it doesn't really know where they are. Oh, and both are making noise and appearing in his crosshairs, on his screen, spray. Even if that connected, he wouldn't have enough bullets to deal with the last player. Round secured by Enterprise. And it seems that they have the hang of this attack on Bind.
Yeah, a couple of moments here or there, but it certainly helps when you've got a Euro that's gone 18-7, like Jazz is. But another thing you need to bear in mind is you've got Zeke and Keyless, again, Ascend, champions winners of the inaugural VCT season. You have to remember that for Ascend back then, Bind was their map. They had like a 22 win streak, which went from pretty much the entirety of 2021 into mid-2022. And it took a G2 with that play from Nuki, that everybody might remember, to actually break that record from Ascend. So Keyless and Zeke are going to be very comfortable on this map, no matter the meta. They know how it works. They know how to play it. The 9-3 potential lead at the half would show exactly that.
Damn. And we do know Zeke is accurate. He's making it look simple. Direct though is saying, you're having all the fun here. Let me have some MSH. Sure, that's an incredible position. Because that's a spike drop in his hands. In front of his feet. Keyless suddenly blinks and his teammates are no longer there with him. Required to do it some sort of magic by himself, but unable to do so. It's just too much to handle. Halftime ends and we've got an 8-4 score on our hands.
A bit of fight back at least from Z10. Maybe there's a lot of moments that they'll look back and VOD review and kind of go, we could have done a little bit better here if we just stick to the plan in this situation, or we change the retake here. Might have a chance. It's impossible to say like what this attacking side is going to be like for them because we have seen neither team play it. For various reasons, I don't even think this is like a main ban for either team. It's just not really come up as an option. Yeah, EP have been banning out Abyss predominantly, and Z10 mostly banning out Fracture. Have banned Bind once. For the most part, leaving it for the second ban. It just hasn't come up at all for either team. We've been sitting on it up until now.
Okay.
Bit of an orb collection fest so far. Alex hasn't gone for his and Showers because he wants to stay under the radar. But there are 3 players nearby, so he's just hoping that he can be a thorn if they start to rotate. When EP get the gist of what's happening, but no, instead he gets discovered early, but it does keep the players distracted. But it's not enough to cause for a rotation. EP get already what they wanted to get done, and they spend Zeke to defend the B side. They're going to have 3 players here quickly, maybe even 4. If Zero Tenacity don't act quick enough, oh dear. Oh dear. Yah's playing with his food. Starkey and Doma clean up the rest on the B side. That's as simply as it comes here for EP.
When it looks good, it looks dominant for Enterprise. That's the main thing. Like, we didn't really see that at all from Metasport either earlier. Like, they had a dominant win on Fracture, don't get me wrong, but I just mean that this Enterprise team has the potential to, like, go all the way, in my opinion, with just the experience and the star power, and they're picking up players like Jazz as well that aren't as well known as, you know, Keyless, Zeke, Doma. You're going to have a lot of success. It is just more surprising, I suppose, that we see, like, at this point, Enterprise going down to the losers bracket, right? Like they'll lose to Zero Tenacity in that first round, able to be Exo climb, drop a map in the process. This last week or so since then, it's looked really good for them. And the bonus is anti-eco even looking comfortable for Keyless at the very least.
Yeah, for sure. Doesn't seem to have any issues with the current situation. Well, you're right, Ryan. It doesn't feel like Zero Tenacity have had a chance to show what they can really do yet. They haven't really been able to chain a few rounds together, and it's sort of let Enterprise get away with it. They'll be getting double digits now, if all goes to plan.
Yeah. You do have Haven coming up, which they did beat Enterprise on early this tournament, but it was 13-11.
Gun here.
So even though this is a pretty one-sided scoreline, it still wouldn't surprise me if it finds itself getting closer.
Last player standing.
Yeah, we're hoping Zero Tenacity can bounce back. We know how of a back-and-forth series this can be, and all the iterations these orgs have been in. But yeah, it's a tough situation. I think you just look at Alex Sick, right, who was able to win Challengers East last year with Go Next. Enterprise Esports was his organization in 2023. He's playing against a former org here, and he's not really having the performance he would have liked. He's not having a chance to shine. Now as in the attacking side, obviously he'll be more front-lining. He'll kind of be lining up his team to setting up his team for success. But yeah, he's not being able to win his fights, and you know, it's a bit of a mental thing at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, but at the same time, you're playing Reyna Unbind.
Yeah.
Eco forces
form
out.
org, though, not exactly what you want.
Maybe they just weren't expecting it to come out today. I mean, fair enough. You wouldn't really expect that Enterprise would suddenly pull this map on you as their first pick.
Sure.
Jazz is just hitting every shot now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity don't give it a chance. Every trade
I haven't
falls in the
seen a
hands
kill.
of Enterprise.
It's all just like wallbang headshots with the Guardian, just pre-aiming some of these angles. Am I like watching where the Raze and Party is with the Spike, and everybody's just dying around them?
30 seconds
Gotta
left.
be a save, surely.
Portal closed.
Mind you, Enterprise is a team that I think everybody coming into Challengers Northeast have as their, you know, probably their favorites to win the entire thing, given the prestige some of these players have, the experience, some of the available, and the
10 seconds
capabilities
left.
these players have been able to produce in the past. And look, they're in the lower bracket here. Sure, with a win today, they do qualify in the top 4, but I think they'd be in the conversation for top 2 and maybe even amongst the potential ascending teams. So not the start they would have liked. If you compare it to other super teams we've seen in the past, either in Challengers North or at the start of, you know, the Challengers series, I think Apex is a good example, or maybe Ascent in 2023, I believe. You know, these projects started off pretty strong, right? Sure, you have a lot of expectations on you. Sure, there are some growing pains. But for EP, I think they're the super team that has struggled the most, I think, early in challenges. Sure, you've got a more hardcore format like main Swiss, like a Swiss stage, and you're instantly into playoffs. But it's a lower bracket required of them to make it into the top 2. Top 3, even. That is sneaky. The moment Zero Tenacity think they've got a play in their hands to cross through a smoke, Yas and Starkey are there and waiting. Sure, MSH can do some damage here. Sure, he can get a couple of kills, but this round, if Enterprise play it right, should be falling in their hands.
There's plenty that they can do to get it wrong, though, as well. Minute left on the clock. Spike dropped and not necessarily picked up. You can tell MSH is a little bit worried that somebody might push up and take a little bit more space. Makes sense. This Enterprise team have not been bashful about being aggressive. So far, because it is a 2 versus 3, and you still have players like Zeke that are just on a stinger right now, they are taking this surprisingly patiently. on this defense.
Thirty seconds left.
Not much time remaining. I think Enterprise are interested in the full wraparound.
Seconds left.
Ooh,
2v2.
Spike planted.
that changes the matter. Do you expect Doma to be here, though?
Last player standing.
MSH! Incredible! Backs up his early 2 Sheriff shots with 2 Vandal kills. Killer's on the hot seat. I don't know where he's coming from. He'll try and play the silent game to make them think he could be coming through elbow. Instead, we'll be moving directly in front of where both players are looking at. Zero Tenacity, steal that one away.
Yeah, it feels that way. MSH especially, 4K. Also with the Sheriff, I think it was as well.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
really the
2
buy.
kills with the Sheriff.
Not really the buy that they wanted. Instantly, while Zero Tenacity, you're going to go for a timeout. Look at Jazz. Like, he's got the op. He's got his ultimate. He's going to go for half armor. And maybe, again, this is one of those instances where Z10 called the timeout during the round and before they realized that they had won it. But still, it's not really many opportunities. It's the last time out for Z10 to be rolling with Enterprise, not needing to use one so far. Overall, it's just a bit of a... It's weird because it's similar scoreline to what we saw in Fracture in that first map for Metasport and Sweet and Sour, but it doesn't feel the same level of dominant. Like, there's definitely a lot of areas that Enterprise can tidy up their game a lot more. But also, considering that this is a map that they've shown nothing on, and so it's not really practiced in officials, it's not going too badly.
Round 17. Fight. Let's see what this half shield can do for Yas. Wonders, actually. And he's got reinforcements.
That's brave.
They'll try and peek him, and there'll be more
he's
people around.
baiting.
You're not going to expect someone towards the left. That is some sneaky business from Enterprise. And it pays off. And that was off the timeout of a Zero Tenacity timeout. And yeah, there you have it.
No drama.
MSH will find the same fate as his fallen teammates moments ago, and Enterprise find themselves on map point of bind.
Point.
Really nice little strategy. That's the problem when you take timeouts like that for Z10 in pivotal rounds. It gives the chance for Enterprise to go, hey, I've got an idea. And especially when you just had the last round, even though you lost it in the end for Enterprise, you go for that B long aggression and you win. Now you can play some really cute ideas with the Euro, with the operator, and especially him having dimensional drift. It's another easy way out of fight if you just want to use it to Scarpa, mainly. But it's match point, and the buy is not amazing at all. Ultimate's not too far away, at least for C10, but it's whether you're going to get to use them.
Very true. Starting to lead the effort of this defense. Zeke opens up the TP and ends up with 1. Orbital strike available. It seems like Enterprise are losing players unnecessarily, and when that happens, that's when Zero Tenacity are able to find gaps and walk through them. You need to be careful here. 1 minute on the clock, and still plenty of time for Zero Tenacity to make a decision.
Got the operator on the other side of the map.
Enterprise doesn't stop pushing. They keep going, and they catch their opponents off guard time and time again. It must be so annoying to play against, but they get away with it every single time.
It's like, why would Doma ever repeat that? But it is just that they're brimming with that much confidence that they know that they can win these fights. Empress is going to be used from Alexic. Only 10 bullets in the magazine now, and Doma's on, again, an aggressive, almost cocky angle, and has now decided to use this smoke from Starkey to push into hookah. This is free information and a great position to be in. Notably as well, this Steel Garden is going to miss him.
At least it gives the clear for the plant.
Spike planted.
Smoke fades, damn it onto MSH. It's enough to put him to rest. Alexic, the only chance remaining. Oh, they might have handed this one away. Jazz wants to go for a little bit of BM, but it turns to bite them. So Alexic has got a real opportunity here. Starkey, considering to just hold the angle. And it's a smart thing to do. We still have time. Touches a spike, will hold it probably until half. Gets off it. Gun out, but Alexic takes it. You hand him these, he will take them. So Zero Tenacity still in the fight.
He should never have had that in the first place, though. Why is the Euro going for a knife? Like, at what level are we playing at, man?
Planted.
Yeah. Honestly, not a fan of that at all.
Enemy remaining.
Oh no,
Not
it was
only
like he
because you
shot right. No. Fair enough. He shot.
Oh, was it shorty?
And then it was like, for some
missed
reason,
that.
the shorty doesn't kill from that distance. I thought he knifed initially, but I think it's like he shot the shorty and then pulled out his knife.
Yeah.
As a.
It was a double shorty pump. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
No,
Sorry, Jazz.
Fair enough. Yeah. I thought he was trolling for a second. I was like, you don't want to troll on this stage. But no, it's okay. It's fair enough. I was very ready to just brutally criticize. But no. Just Eaton having another chance. Alexic making the best of that situation. Yes, that is an incredible shot. How much more have you got left in the chamber?
It is worth saying that for Alexic as well. That was an insane clutch too. Not to take away from his thunder. Especially in a moment like that when you've not really had the best of maps so far to just be able to show up when it matters. The kill there brings this back to a 4 versus 4.
Guiding lights, backside. It affects Starkey and Zeke enough for the 2 kills to be collected. And Zero Tenacity seem to have found an extra bit of oomph. They're winning their fights. They're more decisive. And it feels like Alexic's clutch earlier might have just created a spark that lighted a fire.
Got another flash.
He was the one to start this round off for Enterprise. Can he finish it off as well? Oh, he might. 2 more. He knows that Alexic is on a high ground. Flash. Finds it. 1 more required. Oh! Millimeters off. Actual millimeters. Zero Tenacity alive by the skin of their teeth.
1 versus 4, I think. Trying to make up for not quite closing out the round. It's 2 rounds back to back though that Jazz is just inches away from closing out. But he's doing it in style. We've only played 20 rounds. He's bordering on 30 kills. And when all of the kills look this good, just the ankle breaker here as well onto Grimmakista.
Hyper aggressive from Zeke this time around. Oh, a 4-man spray transfer?
This is an eco
That is
for them.
just absurd. No. Was it really an eco? Just 2 rifles and sheriffs? Is that the round that closes out map number 1? Collapse from Zeke. Yeah? Pat yourselves on the back. That was an impressive end to that game. Bind, Enterprise's map pick, falls in their hands.
Can we just see that again? Like, we got that. It was just in a blink of an eye. But good God, like, we were pretty much not amiss from those kind of moments from Zeke consistently when he was on Ascend, when they were like pushing the limits, being the first champions. But this is crazy. The transfer as well on a Vandal and just being able to reset. He could have taken out everybody. It was Alexic that just had to jump through a smoke in order to get it. But the crazy part is, he's not even the standout player to highlight because you've got Jazz that's bordering on 400 ACS in a 21-round game. It's like Zeke is amazing, as we just saw, but he wasn't the best player on the field from this team. They've got 2 aces, multiple aces. This is why this Enterprise team is so exciting.
It really is exciting. It really is. And we want to see more of it, which is what they've potentially given themselves a chance to do. Map number 1 has been locked in. And if I am right, it's Haven up next. which should be more, close to the Zero Tenacity's liking, given that they've beaten Enterprise on it before, quite recently as well. But let's see if that can be done. I think the desk is ready to break it all down, give us their thoughts, so I'll just hand this mic over to them.
Well, there was a moment there where we thought we might be seeing a little bit of a repeat of last series, where the first map just goes one way and then, the momentum spills into one team's hands. I think Zero Tenacity managed to stop that from happening at the very least, but it was just such a convincing map from Enterprise Esports. Not necessarily just because they looked good on the map, they just looked good in general. Full stop. No need to run on that sentence. There was some amazing plays just in terms of pure raw mechanical skill there, which does worry me when it comes to a map that is more fair like Haven. We have no idea on paper who should have won that map because we haven't seen it from either of these teams. But the next one we have a lot more data to go off of, and while Zero Tenacity has got 2 wins against this team in very recent form, 11-13 and 10-13, that's too close to call. These are 2 very evenly matched teams on the next map. So if Enterprise Gaming are, feeling themselves right now, I'm a little scared for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, and especially when Jazz is on fire like that. Amazing performance, insane shots, almost brought that, I would say, arrogant clutch in as well. How do you take that Yoru TP? I mean, that's the only way you win that round. Just like Ryan said, just millimeters away that he would have won that. Amazing performance. And I mean, I think it's time to bring back Ascend 2021. I don't think that performance, that confidence has gone away from Zeke and Kiles. They know exactly how to run this map, and we see that from Doma, Starkey, and Jazz as well. Push and pull. They do a lot of aggressive stuff, but when they don't find anything there, they pull back and go for aggressive play on another area, especially on that defensive side. I really like they had a lot of B-long pushes, but then if they didn't find anything there, they went for another place, maybe hookah. They went for a pop flash in hookah and found a lot of good picks there, a lot of ground, and a lot of the times they could even go for a flank. They knew exactly where the enemy team was, and I think we have a few runs to show how well Enterprise was running this map. I mean, absolute classic setups, round 15 and round 16, obviously with the new twist of Yoru. Well, not new, but if you compare to 2021, having that TP, Yoru TP coming through towards A side is a little bit of a twist with the Skydog. You obviously get information from that side, but the real thing is happening in B-long. You're going for a pop flash through that B-long. You can't find anything, but oops, all of a sudden, Yoru is back on A. That's something that you didn't see in 2021. And when you see this Yoru back on A, you usually when you're Zero Tenacity, you might expect, okay, there's 3 people on B because you had a lot of aggression, but because of Yoru, you have that Yoru back on A, 3 people on A, Jazz getting that kill. And Zero Tenacity, they are in a position where they kind of have to fight that. Then we have this different iteration. I don't think they focus too much on the bathroom right now, but they focus on the long. Obviously, they put the Trailblazer and the Yoru clone on bathroom, but they pop through, absolutely destroy Zero Tenacity, and this is such a classic combined. You see that with Breach, with Sky, but with the Yoru, you have that another element of TPing towards the A side after you have done that aggression, which is insanely good for Enterprise Esports, and I think that's what gains them a lot of ground in that map, a lot of pressure towards Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I think it's a really good start for them, obviously. We really didn't know what to expect going into that, but I think just based purely off of just kind of the way the teams were playing, it looked like Zero Tenacity was struggling to come up with answers to what Enterprise Esports were coming up with. So it's really in Enterprise's hands now, I think, Haven. I think, they haven't had an amazing history against Zero Tenacity here on Haven for our next map, but it's not been bad. Like a few rounds in it, no wins recently, but they have at the very least held their own. So I think now the ball is in their court. They need to just make sure they grand slam it, and put it over the finish line. But yeah, for Zero Tenacity, teetering on the edge of disaster now. So we're going to have to come up with something over the course of this break. We will be right back with map 2, but it will be Haven next.
take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. 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 Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone 'cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire. Then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer. Mentally drained me, kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer. you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. Ooh,
Hello everybody, welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast. We've just concluded our first map of our second series of the day. The next one could be the last, so you better enjoy it. We don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be a close matchup either way. Enterprise Esports versus Zero Tenacity, and Enterprise Esports have the advantage. However, this is a map that in the last two games between these two teams, Zero Tenacity has won twice. It's been a close affair, 10-13 and 11-13, but you do have to rate Zero Tenacity. They have the history on this map, but right now Enterprise Esports look absolutely insane. I think you'd agree with me.
Yeah, absolutely. But the next map is gonna be a banger. It's gonna be a classic. If you were in a coma right after Champions 2021 and you would wake up right now, you'd be like, oh, Killes and Zeke went from Ascent to this team. Also, Doma came from Fnatic. Oh, it must be a new mix-up. But we're playing Haven with the old classic agents, Breach, Cypher, Jet, Omen, Sova. Nothing has changed. Oh, the good old times. Literally, there shouldn't be a single Teho, shouldn't be a single Neon, unless these teams are about to change something. But this is gonna be the exactly classic matchup that you could have seen in 2021, 2022. We have seen this so many times. The meta has switched a little bit here and there, but a lot of teams still rock this comp because it's such a good composition.
I don't want to see any of that newfangled meta. We want the we want the classics. We want the classics. Yeah. We want it back to the old ways, the good old days back in 2021 when everybody, when none of these new agents existed. You don't need to complicate the game. Just keep it with the classic ones. Anyway, I do think it's either way. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. Yeah, we're probably gonna the most out there agent we're going to see is a Killjoy, which is not out there whatsoever. So unless one of them changes something up, I don't know, because again, Enterprise Esports have missed out on victory twice on this map, and they changed their veto. So I don't see a reason why they wouldn't change their agent selection on this map, but I kind of doubt it.
You make a compelling point. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we see Zeke with a Phoenix. Phoenix was really prominent at one time in this map, especially because you can get those orbs very easily on the defensive side and on the attack side. So I think there could be an angle, maybe, but I'm not quite sure. Obviously, yeah, they have lost against Zero Tenacity twice already in this map, but they were so close, 13-11, 13-10, so I don't think that's gonna make you switch composition. That's maybe gonna make you look at the map at a maybe different style, different way. You might want to look at few rounds. How can you switch up those few rounds and make that really good for you? How can you make that advantageous for you? And I think that's the thing Enterprise is looking for. Maybe not a full complete comp switch, but that could be interesting. That would definitely be interesting.
Yeah, yeah, no, it could be very interesting. I mean, this is in the series that Enterprise won 2-1. This is the only map they lost, and it was in the same position in the series. It was the second map. So, we might be seeing something very similar to what happened there, where they just about lose this one, and then they're able to take it back on the final map. But this time, again, the final map is completely out there. We've only seen it played once by one team, and it was not Enterprise Esports. So it's, it could be... They're going to want to take this away right here, but so far they have not been able to quite get over the finish line on this map. So if there was ever a time to do it, it would be now, and it would be a good kind of way to enter into the top four would be to take away kind of your opponent, your most historied opponent, in such a good fashion there.
Yeah, I mean, already a classic in this league as well, this Enterprise Zero Tenacity match. I think something that Enterprise has going on for them, maybe even a couple of things. Around a week ago, they won against ExoClan in Haven, 13-8. It was quite convincing. Obviously, ExoClan is a different opponent from Zero Tenacity, but they also have quite convincing match under them. On Bind, I think Jazz got insane performance there, insane boost. Zeke as well, 7 entries, 0 entry deaths. I think those are gonna be the things where they look at. And for me, I think Enterprise, they have struggled a bit with their entries and not being able to convert from that. So that's definitely where you want to look to in Haven. Obviously, no comp changes, no Phoenixes, no Neons here.
No, nothing at all. They are sticking to their guns on this one, and Zero Tenacity doing exactly the same, keeping the same composition, but with a Killjoy instead of a Cypher. Really no difference on this map whatsoever. Some slight gameplay style changes, but that's about it. And yeah, I mean, we're going to see the same thing we've seen twice already here in Challengers Northeast. So prepare yourself for the exact same map. And even the round structure went pretty much the same way in the last 2 times. So I am hoping there's at the very least a few strategic changes, maybe a few ways that Enterprise have VOD reviewed and gone, okay, there are some ways that we can scrape a few rounds in our favor here.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's not over for the Zero Tenacity either as well. They definitely have a chance in this Haven, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, well, we'll throw to our casters now. So Ryan and Pavlos, take it away.
That we will. Entering the second map of the East Derby between Zero Tenacity and Enterprise. And look, the first map, Enterprise just popped off, right? Sure, there were a couple of moments that you were thinking they gave too many opportunities than they should have. You know, Zero Tenacity were given a crack and they, opened the door wide open. If Enterprise want to close this out and be in the top 4, make it a challenge as the MEA like everybody expected them to, they need to not be making the same mistakes on Haven.
Not at all. And you're sort of looking to players for Zero Tenacity on who's going to potentially be the one to bring this back for them. You're looking at Alexic. It was him that had like the highest ACS. It was only 215.
Yeah.
But you still won. On the side of Enterprise, it was Jazz. Almost 300 ACS over on that jet. Really, it's a case of like opposite ends of the spectrum from that last map. Jazz was phenomenal. Alexic got there towards the end, but a bit of a slow starter on the Reyna. Can't afford to do it this time. They're on the defense, looking to push through mid.
Expectations on both of these teams' shoulders, but only one will be making it onto the next stage. It could be EP by the end of this map, but it also could mean that we enter a deciding factor split if Zero Tenacity can bounce back after the previous map. It's Enterprise that are on the attacking as they aggress first. It's going to be Jazz opening up the site, Cloudburst and Dash in. No retaliation from Zero Tenacity so far. They're going to go for a full 5-stack retake. But look at the push at the bottom of your maps.
Yeah.
Killer's hiding out in spawn. He'll hear the trap breaking, and now he'll have a perfect flank against a 3. No one's looking. Even though his push is going on towards the other end, Killis is made enough of a distraction to make the remaining Zero Tenacity players to have a constant look on their backline instead. Full focus forwards. Alexic wants to create cover between himself and the backline by crossing inwards, but they need to get onto the spike as well. Well-timed flash and a double peek to put a well-coordinated round number 1 in the hands of Enterprise.
Picking up the attack pistol. I mean, I'm surprised the Z10 went for that strategy in the first place. Going for any sort of flank play against a Cypher is hard enough. I guess they were just hoping that either Keyless wouldn't be there, that he would have pushed up, or that they wouldn't have realized that multiple people were there. But because of Keyless's position in the attacker's spawn, he hears multiple people comping. He gets all of that information. Enterprise then go aggressive, like they play for backside, they try to push C-Link. All from the back of just having Keyless play this character, who he also had a tremendous performance the last time that Enterprise played Z10 on this map, despite the fact that they lost. So him on attack, he's just taking a lot of control. He's got the trip in Nest as well to stop people pushing up there. If anybody pushes C or double doors, he's got a camera. maybe we weren't expecting Pi to just jump in the smoke with them, but this should be a fairly open and easy A site for Enterprise to take. If they want to go there, they're hesitating, or just at least wait for some more utility to be ready.
I mean, you expect this one to be a quick one. Zero Tenacity, on the other hand, we were talking about those expectations on both sides. Enterprise, sure, you're one of the top dogs and one of the favorites coming into this one with, you know, World Champ experience, with experience in the top tier of play. But Zero Tenacity, they're not a team that, you know, made anyone question their capabilities of being in the top 4. They've got players, you know, with the likes of Alexic, who have won Challenges East before. They've got finalists of last year as well, with the likes of Preti and Granakista. It's a strong roster. And everybody thought it might have just been an East powerhouse. The thing is that only one of these two teams can actually make it to the top 4 and split 1. And it's not exactly the start of Zero Tenacity we're looking for.
I mean, they lost a couple of pistols in that series last time against Enterprise, so, you know, worst case scenario realistically.
Yeah. I guess I'm talking about the tournament as a whole as well, right? Having the 2 losses in the main Swiss stage, dropping to the lower bracket now in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They haven't had an easy time. There's some strong competition out there.
Oh, for sure. But this is a team that you've, like, lost a series to, but you've picked up a map still. And the reason why they're down in this elimination bracket in the first place is because they lost against Team Liquid Academy, who, again, they took a map off. So...
And they're all rookies.
Yeah, but they're also, like, players that have been scouted. And you have to imagine...
Oh, yeah. They're cracked.
Effectively, the B team for Team Liquid, who have qualified for Masters Bangkok, but also, like, it's the Evil Geniuses approach of, like, I imagine that they scum against each other all the time and run strategies against each other all the time. Like, that, I mean, when you see, like, GSR and stuff, you could see that being Tier 1 talent very, very quickly. So Z10 going up against them and being able to take them up, you're right, like, they're a team that should be contested for the top 4, but it is small margins that separate those teams.
Spike planted.
Killers finds the first blood. Albeit weaker weapons, they get a lot done. Alexic, though, saves his teammates' life by reacting quicker. Oh, they are going to expect this corner. Paranoia and stun, but the dash available by Alexic keeps him going. MSH also finds an opener, and that forces Starkey to fall back. He's spotted out the barrel, so he's able to retaliate. But Zeke needs to find the right moment to use the aftershock, deny the plant diffuser straight away.
One enemy remaining.
Alexic with a triple. Starkey keeping it close down to a duel. Diffusing halfway. Starkey knows of it, which is why he's going aggressive. Alexic off of the spike, and Starkey barely getting the win across, keeping a streak going for Enterprise.
Able to win the bonus. Really, I think the only 3 rounds in a row was the best that Enterprise managed last time on this map, so we've already managed to beat that. Good play on the bonus, good position. Starkey able to get a free K with the Guardian. We've pretty much hyped up everybody other than Starkey. Not to say that he didn't have his moments unbind, but just not like Jazz or Zeke moments of play. But leading in the kill feed, forcing Z10 onto another eco. All 4 players looking to be aggressive and push on A main. Enterprise positioned well in order to deal with it. Just have to be careful because there's no tripwire over on this side. So yeah, Keyless has to go very careful where he is.
Oh no! Oh, it's a complete disaster. Sure, okay, you're playing with pistols, but that wasn't even close. That was why the Outlaw is so strong in rounds like this, right?
I mean, Keyless mechanically has looked sound. When people talk about him from 2021, it's almost as if they're talking as if he didn't have hands to play. You know what I mean? Like they just like he was a helpless little puppy on this team, and he like didn't keep up. But like,
it's because he was compared with all of the rest of the Giants in that roster.
I mean, true, but like, Yeah, like at that point, it's like you're looking at sensible place. You're looking at Nat, who, tremendous form at the moment. Again with Team Liquid,
Yeah.
but here, like he's able to pick up the Outlaw and just play from Nat. I think it's just if people are going to be very vocal and be critical of him, they also need to hype up when he plays well, and he has been playing really, really well this stage.
Completely agreed. He's been pretty dominant. I think you could definitely use that word to describe him.
Found them. Killed my bot.
MSH realizes the position. Oh, that should have connected. But Zeke is able to turn, I think, nearly 90 degrees. Oh no, this was Zero Tenacity's buy. It should not be going wrong like this.
Right there.
It all adds up. But the Zero Tenacity on the negative.
Too late. My ult's ready.
This is not looking like a walk in the park. They are being inflicted pain. We're looking at a 5-0 lead from Enterprise after already having lost the first map. You've got to bounce back. You've got to bounce back quick, but you're going to be forced back into Enika right now, and that's the worst of it.
Yeah, you can't really buy much for this next round, but it's not even that. It's like you look at the Ultimates for Enterprise. Everybody survives here. You've got Jazz that's capped out on money. Helis as an operator for some reason, like he's managed to grab it from Alexic, I think.
Yeah.
And so many Ultimates ready to go. Like, so much to work with now. There's no surprise that Zero Tenacity are going to call a timeout here, because realistically, what are your options?
Yeah, you can already see that MSH is forced into the van. Oh, no, one of them has already purchased. I think Makista has purchased into that. Well, I think we had 2 saves, right? Not 3. So you already got other Vandals being bought. Sure, you can sell them and make another decision after this timeout, but it's a hard one to make, right? You've got full loss bonus, so you will be making some sort of money to have, some sort of buy light shields, but not full util. It's just that, do you want to be taking these rounds, or do you want to make sure you've got everything at your disposal and find the right moment to start punching back?
A lot of talking coming in from Party.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm just impressed. I don't think he took a breath. Just full minute of gas. Just go.
It probably is some sort of motivation as well, right? There's passion behind that. You want to build your players up. Sure, you're a map down, but you know in your lower bracket, you can't stop thinking negatively. You need to get your head back in the game. And I'm pretty sure that is also an amp-up talk. You need a talk like that in moments like this.
Blade Storm, 3 Vandals, and a Guardian for Party. Similar to the pistol for Enterprise, just hugging this corner, same execute that's coming through. Party playing off site.
MSH.
It's a nice idea, actually. MSH able to get a kill playing in on site. He's able to get another before he's eventually traded. 2v4 and Rolling Thunder's going to create a bit more space.
It is, but they need to bounce back off of it. Smoke does isolate Platy out. So,
Good timing.
Zeke, stun,
Standing.
but it's Alex to collect it.
C.
Killers. Will they be able to get a 1v3 across? No. Ooh. Let's get given a chance, but well juggled there by Zero Tenacity. And a wonderful start to the round by MSH.
This Party as well playing backside. Recon Dart, I think, was able to get a ping through. Really well played from Zero Tenacity, just to adjust where they're positioning, right? Like, just to get the time in Enterprise. They make it very clear when they're executing. All of this util comes out. Recon Dart is supposed to be broken. That's when the peak comes in. And just able to get one more kill, it's enough. Still a long way to go if you want to make this half a little bit closer. RNR used instantly for IC-10. Mickey's still looking to push and fight this a little bit more. He's able to get a kill before he's traded. Hunter's Fury is also going to be used. But Party's kind of stuck on his own. It felt like Saki didn't realize that he was there, despite the fact that he was firing a big laser beam across the site.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's an awkward one. Maybe didn't realize that he'd get off the Hunter's Fury and draw his gun out in time. Either way, it's put Zero Tenacity on top in numbers. And Killers doesn't quite make that trade or fight work for him. Finally, Zero Tenacity are winning these 1v1s. Confidence reinstalled. We're in for a fight. That's what we want. A solid series, a good back and forth. And that's all that remains for this round. 45 seconds, operator in hand. It's going to give it an good old college try, but yeah, the moment they know where he is, he doesn't have the element of surprise, doesn't get a free pick. Well, that's a free pick, but do you really expect Tyrex to be up close? No, you don't. So, okay, they chain two together. That's what you want to see by Zero Tenacity.
We're able to actually pick up the op as well and give that back to Alexic. His money is still tight in areas, but now you're starting to see it really struggle now for Enterprise. Timeouts being a successful one to Z10 when every round since. You do have to feel that Enterprise just took a lot of 1v1s, weren't quite really locked in with the same idea and playing off of each other. You have the lead. You don't want to get complacent now. 1 foot in the door for EMEA challenges for Enterprise. And a lead here. Don't want to give Z10 a chance to come back into this.
They absolutely do not. They players to the defense. Stun. Timing would be ever crucial. Even a couple of picks could grant a Rolling Thunder, which could solidify the win. You know that one is already crossed. Outlaw in hand, but you take the long distance fight, which means a trade. Yes, backside. Alexic covers it, which means Zero Tenacity are definitely comfortable in this situation. Doma, though, steps up to the plate. It's exactly what Enterprise needed. Now they need to get the spike down, and Zeke continues to provide for the team. Gramikista, what have you got in store for us? High ground, but no one quite looking at your location, Spike, so you know one is occupied. Killers looking towards short. If you drop, you need to check hell here, because that's where one of the players is. Recon doesn't spot him. Oh, the cam does, though. There's a cam to the side that barely gets a tag on him. It wasn't the cam, it was a recon, actually.
It was a recon, yeah. He just shuffled enough that he got spotted with the second one.
Smoke, it could give him an isolation pick, but Zeke is ready for the drop. And Enterprise are able to secure a very strong and aggressive round.
Yeah, again, it was a bit of a brutal, like, execute, a bit split up in places. Operator from Alexic able to get a kill. But it was just that everybody was a lot more on the same wavelength here. The Pies played backside, he's able to get the first kill, but you've got Doma and Zeke playing off each other nicely. Meant there was very little else for Z10 to be able to do other than get those initial picks. Now they're starting to get ultimates. You've got the lockdown for MSH, but Doma should respond with a Hunter's Fury. So whether it gets that far realistically, again, contesting from Z10 to try and play in for sewers. Aldron used incredibly early. And EP making no mistake and letting them know that this is the site they're going to hit.
Yeah, Alexic got stuck there. There wasn't much he could do. Hunter's Fury used already. Doesn't really wait for a potential lockdown. Wants to get the run at things. That's interesting. Enterprise are able to bounce back with the first double that Zero Tenacity got.
The Omen needs to go for this. Look at Starkey.
Oh, MSH and Gramek, no. No, no longer looking. They were at the start, but stopped. So Starkey gets a double, and the round secure for EP.
I mean, a risky play, right? The Hunter's Fury gets used, at least able to trade out a kill because Tyrex had got a couple from that kind of short sewers position. So the Hunter's Fury from Doman actually clears him out. So you see MSH using a lockdown, should be uncontested. A nice play from Starkey to TP up to the high ground to just gank across the side. And the lead now back in Enterprise's favour. Just a couple of rounds as Z10 were able to get. Dominance continuing. Alexic doing well for his team on this map at least, and Jazz actually a little bit quieter. Gets one kill before he's traded, and again aggression from Z10 here.
Zeke, masterful stuff. Who can break through like that? Oh, Smoke fades out and Pretty gets surprised by the plethora of players. Sure, this is an eco by Zero Tenacity, and by no means Did you expect them to be favored in this situation? But losing this one does put them quite far behind. It kind of does bring Enterprise back into the game. There was a moment where you thought there was disruption caused by Z10, but it feels like EP have completely bounced back now. Gramic hoping he can get a short angle fight here.
There's 30 seconds left, and it is the spike on its own.
30 seconds left.
Oh, info on both players. Yeah, that's going to do it. Great recon.
Where,
Oh, I mean...
where are they going?
Look, it's a... you can understand that they take that fight. They know that Gramic is going to try and interrupt their rotation, which is what he does. Great read.
10 seconds left.
And you know where MSH is likely going to come from, at least at the start. Then you can turn your attention to where Dome is looking at.
Shadows traveling.
But yeah, nicely done from EP, step by step. And I feel like they've already fixed some mistakes from the previous map as well, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, it's tighter play. It really doesn't feel like there's been many errors, realistically. And, you know, in the last map combined, even though the scoreline was quite dominant, 13-7 for Enterprise, there was a lot of rounds that you watch and go, yeah, they could have done a lot better there. Even if you're not necessarily a high-level player or a coach yourself, you could go, yeah, that could have been a lot tidier, and that decision didn't need to be made. But here it is just a lot more coherent. It feels like Z10 are trying to be aggressive, trying to fight fire with fire. Enterprise are not being coy with any play that they make. If they're going A, they're going to let you know that they're going A. So it is a bit of a Groundhog Day approach of how these fights have been going when Z10 have been fighting so aggressively and constantly dying in these positions.
Yeah, when you've got util in hand, don't want to back you up. Caught pants down, essentially.
You don't want to go out like this, C10.
No. Yeah, Practice says, yeah, I don't want to go out like this, you're right. And gets a quick pick onto B.
Headshot.
Yas was a big talking point on Bind. Now, he's been relevant here as well, but not the star of the show. Good for one this round.
We've seen the Omen.
Good stuff by Pratty, holding on to this site as if his life depended on it. MSH follows suit. And EP, albeit an early lead, dropped to the wayside.
Yeah, you know what we were saying that this map was a lot cleaner from Enterprise?
Never mind.
I mean, yeah, that round not so much. It was mostly just not realizing that they were just open on certain angles, right? That you've got Starkey looking to put a smoke down, not realizing that he was in a visible sightline from a Z10 player. It just gets wallbanged. Especially when Jazzy finds the first kill here, can't quite connect onto Grimmakista. Just here, just positioning awareness. Like, you've got Doma pushing A as the spike. Zeke not realizing that, again, that's not the best angle to be on.
It's a great angle from Alexic, and it delivers. Even before the stun drops, not too bad. This Fury to try and capture any of the players trapped in long, but doesn't really pay dividends.
They got double attack up. Why have they got double attack up?
I just noticed that. You're right. Why?
Do they have another rifle just saved up that they can just grab on the floor? Well, they have that now with Zeke, but the problem is that he's in that corner, so it might be a bit harder to get. Yeah, otherwise, what on earth are they thinking?
Maybe they're thinking Zero Tenacity have been pushing a lot, so yeah.
It's true.
Or maybe they were thinking, let's take the C long angle and try to
Yeah, Jazz
get the
has picked
pick.
up a rifle.
Okay.
It's just
It's
a
the last
one
round.
attack up.
It is the last round of the half, so they can afford going for these extra expenditures.
"30 seconds left.
Yas is being ultra sneaky. He can hear movement, but Alexic catches him. If Alexic didn't catch him,
You just see his head. Oh, he did there for sure.
yeah, I think Tyrex would have been dead. Either way, Doma, strong in these angles before, but it doesn't really have the HP and for margin of error. Starkey, corner, a very normal position to hold, so therefore checked easily.
Flawless.
And the superhero landing to put a bow on it.
Flawless.
8-4. Not too bad. It's just that you start to think about the next half already, that there are some prerequisites to allow Zero Tenacity to break through, come back. And that's to start off with a pistol round win.
Yeah. Not a bad comeback for Z10, all things considered. Able to win 4 out of their last 7 rounds. Still, like, you feel like Enterprise might have taken their foot off the pedal a little bit. Some of the mistakes that they're making, some of the decisions overall. Lagardia, with his experience and coaching teams with a lot of innate talent like Bleed had, it's just about making sure that that discipline remains, especially being like I guess a German coach as well. Like, you wouldn't expect Kundi or even God B to let that stuff slide.
Back to a pistol round though, as the two sides get exchanged. Lovely stuff by Tyrex. Early pick. Now, do you just decide to take the weak site or rotate over to another? But now they just hold silent, happy with the advantage they've taken. It's just that you don't really want to be taking 50-50 pot shots through smoke. So they've changed their mind and have got another site in their mind.
Resetting for the most part. After that first kill, this is usually, like, we haven't really seen Enterprise in this situation a lot, to be fair. But most of the situations that they've been in have been, let's just push and look for fights. Darky's position, though, is a good one.
Oh, no!
Couldn't quite get the Solvo utility in hand as MSH was keeping a good eye on it. And now a 5v2 as the spike is getting planted.
I mean, that was quick reactions from MSH, but not the situation Doma wanted to be in. Well, yes, rather. Either way, that's a very good round for Zero Tenacity to pick up. Sure, it's flawless. Sure, it doesn't matter that much on the pistol, but it's a great boost of confidence.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that. Starting this half the same way they ended the last, though, with a flawless. Pistol not quite working, just losing a player early for Enterprise sends the rest of it into kind of free fall.
Keep up.
Z10 definitely showing why they picked this map in the first place. Have a lot of like good structure to play with for the most part. And Enterprise, well, they can do damage here. Be scary at the best of times, so an eco isn't beneath them. But I just want to see less of like these ego peaks or just fighting alone. Because this Enterprise team could be 5 individuals or it could be one solid team.
Doesn't feel like EP are well equipped to defend the safe site. Especially now that Zeke has also been picked off. Yas will also be telegraphed if he pushes up through window. So it feels like Zero Tenacity have got everything that they need covered. They've even got Pretty going over to C. I mean, he's only got a sheriff, so it's not that he's got a rifle to
30
lose.
seconds left.
A lot of information from Jazz, though. Is everybody rotate? But look at where the breach is on this attack.
It's mad. Killers can't really find a trade there, so I don't think it will matter that much either.
Spike planted. Your fault.
Shot.
And it might. Right, the flank might be needed after all. There's no way you anticipate someone come. Maybe you would expect someone now to move through garage and start to look behind you, but as you start to break into the site, Tyrex will be an ever constant factor behind you that you need to consider. And the line is cleared. Zero Tenacity back-to-back, 2 rounds at the start of the second half.
Even then, it didn't feel like EP did that much damage. It's 1 kill that they've managed in the last 3 rounds. And now that they have a full buy against the bonus, one where in the last 2 rounds we've only had 1 player dying, means that money's could be really good for this. Well, if Enterprise aren't careful here, they might end up on a bit of a round streak, much like they had in that first half. Gotta tidy this up, still have a lead.
I mean, it's a very close game now. It's a lead that could very easily be upset.
It's a good defensive setup from Enterprise, though, if it is a B execute. It's just about whether somebody over peaks or overextends. Whether all this stuff gets done together. It's clear what C10 are looking to try and do. There's a bait. They're going to reset, but do they reset into these plays in double doors? Even the Cypher, look how close he is to the Sova over in sewers.
Oh, they could smell each other. It's so awkward. Oh, gets his drone out. Killers ends up with the fight. How does he win that? 20 points of health. He's got assistance, but he needs to back away without being sprayed down. Starkey wins the fight in Garage. As Zero Tenacity try and throw everything at the problem. But I think Enterprise Esports finally have the upper hand in a round.
In a lot of these instances, you wouldn't want to see what Enterprise is doing now, pushing mid. But under the pressure that Enterprise are dealing with on A, they do need to take some space. They need to get some information. Because they have that rotation over from the Omen. Good position for Dolman to be in, but he's cleared really nicely. The Paranoia just missing onto Alexic. The site has been opened. And those 3 players on the site have gone down. It's a 3v2 now.
Alexic did God's work there. Off the back of Tyrex's flash, he did everything. The Ferrari peaks, paying off. But Yas is looking to have some of that fun for himself. Tyrex is able to square things up a little bit. Not only that, but the lead is for Zero Tenacity. Yas needs to clutch this. 1v2. A lineup, but it's a high-low that favors the team defending the spike. As Zero Tenacity will be getting themselves another win here, disallowing Enterprise of any say on this defense.
Yeah, and no surprise again for Enterprise to be taking the time out here. Just again, like they had the game pretty much in their hands, able to get these first couple of kills. 5 versus 3 in favor for them. But just the push, the flank behind, players on site, like if we're that confident that they're going to be going for an execute, just let them come onto site and play a retake when you have 2 people like right behind them, ready to go for a flank. But there you just get run over on site. It puts too much pressure on the players that are behind the opponents. And just a really bad misplay, I think, from Enterprise with how they were set up on that A site. If you're going to play like that, have the people that pushed mid to get that information, have them rotate over towards A and stick 4 people, even all 5 on the site, ready to fight them. But it was also really nice execute from Zero Tenacity. Like the flash that came in from Tyrex, Alexic finding those kills and openings.
Just want to give kudos to the production team real quick, giving us both a scoreboard and economical situation, weapon situation on the sides. It's a nice little touch. I like it. I'm a fan. And yeah, we of course had to see some players refueling themselves.
Don't know how long you're going to be playing for.
True. This could be a long game. Could be a long series. Zero Tenacity up to come back. And so far, they're on the right track to do it. At least to find equilibrium.
Ultron again, used early, but this time on the attack. Oma just with a sheriff trying to keep an eye on it, but hasn't spotted anything just yet. With Z10 in on the anti-eco, they really shouldn't be the ones making the first move. I want to force out some mistakes from Enterprise, and to be fair, Enterprise have overstepped or positioned themselves poorly as these rounds have gone on. Especially if they're down a player, down money, down ultimates. Made a lot of mistakes trying to take an advantage.
Shock Dart doesn't do as much damage as Zomer would have liked. He's called for reinforcements. Paranoia not affecting anyone, so Alexic again being such a menace, breaking through this A site. He looks very comfortable doing it. No issues at all finding alternative angles time and time again to catch his opponents off guard. That's ridiculous. Tyrex ties it up with a 3-piece himself.
Well, it was even. Full buy again for Enterprise available. Ultimate's not quite ready yet, and the reason is Zero Tenacity have just not been dying.
No.
Like just one kill maybe in a round, or flawless like the last few have been. But just this team has tidied it up a lot. Their money's good. Their opponents just eat good. Now with a full buy in Enterprise. But there's just no ultimates available, and Alexic is confident enough to go for the attack off.
Yeah, you've got to be scared when Alexic draws that one out, but yeah, simply tells them, do not do that again.
Still there.
He is, and there's another chance to retaliate. That's the comfort that Enterprise needed. Have some guns available to them. Yas triples up before he drops. He's got to make his efforts look explosive, doesn't he? He always has to show off.
Has to go for one more. That seems to be the rule for this team.
Enemy remaining.
You're right. Sometimes it works and it looks spectacular. Sometimes it gives their opponents a chance that they shouldn't have. But Tyrex holding on to a Vandal here. 50 seconds on the clock. Enterprise not going for overzealous peaks. Holding their ground. Knowing that being at equal footing right now, 8-8, does not give them much margin for error. As they do find the lead, deny that from Zero Tenacity.
Just as they went even too, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Money surprisingly not that great though for C10. With everything I just mentioned, like they have a full buy here, but if they lose this next round, they're on an eco. Lexic picking up a Bucky is about to use the Blade Storm. And Tyrex having the roll in front means that this might be a straightforward execute round, but its default for C10 has been safe, it's been fine, but it's been just... I want to see a little bit of explosiveness. And actually, to be fair, they're going for it. They've taken double doors and garage already. Never mind, I thought they were just going to play mid slowly.
I guess not.
Don't peek this, Alexic. There's 2 players there.
Oh, you know he will. Oh, you know he will. Oh, he doesn't. Now he spots it, though. Takes the tag off the cam. Deals with the cam as well. Rolling Thunder, though. But Enterprise, thoughtful enough to back out before that's an issue. But look at the breakout, though. Paranoia misses Alexic, so he's able to be nice and well to deliver the 2 killing blows onto site. Has to turn his attention towards Garage. Zeke's still alive.
He's low.
But it's Doma to start to put Enterprise on top. 40 seconds and the spike isn't down yet. EP is so respectful, giving Zero Tenacity their space. And it's for good reason, because they know they've put them under pressure. Doma has been spotted, so Grammakista will be picking up that pick. But down to 1v2, where Zeke has got his opponent well telegraphed. Double digits for Enterprise. It looks like we've got a map on our hands.
Just on the brink of things evening up. It was a bit of a jump scare from the spray there from the bear. But like, yeah, the focus that's coming from Zeke, just no emotions either way. 2k for his troubles there. Actually, no, 3k to top it off because he does get that final kill. And just enough money again for C10 to buy, but if they lose this round, it's got to be an eco. EP would be on 11, should be 12 afterwards, and then again, qualifying point.
Man.
Jazz, that feels a little bit like the nail in the coffin.
It starts to feel like it, right? The first one knocking. Oh, maybe the second one as well. Oh, yes! You're absolutely absurd. Surely by now, Zero Tenacity must be shaking where they stand.
It'd have to be an insane player to take Zeke off the duelist role, and to be fair, Jazz is. That would have been a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I mean, so many players to highlight from Enterprise. You often would, not talk about Jazz first, but he's made it to Ascension last year. He's made that run.
Yeah, but like, and sometimes you do have players that sort of show up, but like, you're surrounded by Zeke, Doma, and Keyless, who are all very experienced, and like, you're fitting in. Actually, you're shining above them, right? Players that have like had those moments being at the top of their game, but you've also like surrounded yourself with experienced players and experienced ex-duelists for the most part as well.
Sure.
It can pretty much guide you on like how to approach your career in the future, right? Not make the same mistakes that they did. Z10.
Yeah. Big conversation topic.
Is a buy again.
Oh man. It's got to feel a little bit rough though. They know that Grammakister could be on the back line. Oh, he turns away before he leaves that corner.
He gives him a neural theft as well.
Oh no, and Yas has just been enabled. Bring out the blades. No reason to hold on to them when they know there's a Hunter Fury and a Rolling Thunder in their arsenal. EP. As soon as Zero Tenacity reached their round, it triggered something in them. And since that point, they have not stopped.
I mean, this has been impressive, hasn't it? You got to think they're just a little bit of a blip, maybe, from Z10 of just TPing towards where the Cypher typically plays. They have neural theft. You've just given them free information on where the rest of your team are from that play. You know, mostly unlucky, but just can it have been prevented? Can it have been avoided? Of course, no doubt. Z10 now, elimination on the line. Not giving themselves a chance to think, they're just pushing, but to be fair, so are Enterprise.
That is just so disrespectful.
They know he's there at the very least.
Oh, he's out in the open. He doesn't get caught just on time, getting away. And you don't want to repeat that. You know that the operator could be standing ready. EP, though, hold back, given that Zero Tenacity are taking the A site by storm. The re-aggression from Zeke, though, is perfect because they know Alexic is isolated. And just like that, they find themselves a numbers advantage. Zeke is able to double it up, but Tyrex does retaliate. Starkey keeping his team on top, and it will seem to be making the difference. Enterprise, they've made it, challenged EMEA. It wasn't an easy ride, but they do knock down Zero Tenacity and take their spot in the top 4 of Challengers Northeast.
Yeah, good result, good bounce back from this team. An exciting team when you just look at the players and, well, like, you don't really get to see much of Keyless there, but you get the point at the very least. But yeah, unlucky from Zero Tenacity. Like, I think they had a really good show in this stage. I'm really excited to see what this team does overall, but like, when you're looking at a top 4 team, you expect this Enterprise squad to be pushing up there. I am really excited to see now that we have our 4 teams from Northeast for challenges, at least in stage 4, stage 1 even. Like, seeding is going to be a major thing when you have like groups and stuff separating out. So there's still tons to play for, despite the fact that we now have our 4 qualified teams for challenges.
Yeah, still a big fight to take place to decide who will be the victor of Split 1. And you're right, seeding will make a difference. We'll let our analysts to break that all through, given how the permutations of this situation. But we'll allow them to break down this map first. It's Twiggy and MP.
Thank you very much, Pavlos. Yeah, I mean, that one, I don't think we expected it to be quite that one-sided to start off with. And, you know, Z10 really pulled together a nice comeback, but I think it really just lit a fire under Enterprise Esports for the rest of that game. And they absolutely popped off as soon as they had that operator in Yas's hands. And yeah, I mean, they deserve this spot definitely now. We have locked in our top 4 that are going to be going to Challengers EMEA. We've still got plenty of Valorant action over the next few days to go, but that is the important part for these teams definitely over and done with. They're going to have to look forward to the rest of the games to, you know, solidify their place, obviously, bragging rights and all, but they'll be very happy with getting that position there.
Yeah, I mean, Enterprise, they kind of struggled at one point in that Haven. But once they kicked off that Jazz train, it was so hard to stop it. And let's just say they weren't the most humble players in that last 4 rounds. Once they got that ball rolling, they were like, yeah, I'm gonna be in your base. I don't care if you drone. I'm gonna just walk with the operator all the way through your base, and there's actually nothing you can do about it. Then he goes for another peek in the same angle. It seems like once Jazz gets that ball rolling, the whole team gets a ball rolling, because we saw a lot of confident 1v1 challenges after that as well. Starkey popping off in the end as well. A lot of cute performances from the side of Enterprise, and obviously with that kind of experience that they have backing them, they should have been able to win this round. And obviously they culminated those past two Havens that they lost against Zero Tenacity into this win, and they were able to fix those issues.
Well, I think this time around we're going to go for some highlights before we do things. No, wait, I think we're still waiting for the interview. We can talk about that game a little further there, but that veto really did help them out this time around. I think it was a smart move to counterpick almost the team that had adapted to them.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was amazing that Haven performance, and the bind obviously was a great pick.
Yeah, well, we can take a look at round 9 here. I think you wanted to highlight, so run me through this.
I mean, this TP is so amazing. I think that was already discussed at the beginning of this round, because you have the Killjoy ultimate on the other side, so you have to do something. And this micro movement, if this wasn't discussed at the start, this micro movement from Starkey just obliterated Zero Tenacity. They just dominated. You can't even do anything with that Killjoy ultimate, because you have players that have been in this situation so many times. They have played against this Killjoy composition so many times, so they're so prepared for that ultimate to already come through. And that just shows how far ahead Enterprise was, especially on that attacking side against Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I think you saw that towards the end of the game as well, when they started really reading a lot of the more out there plays that Zero Tenacity were going for. You started to see them flanking towards the end of the game, and Enterprise was always one step ahead of them, it seemed like, turning around at exactly the right time to be able to take them out and make sure that they stayed in that player advantage. And obviously, yes, that was kind of facilitated by Yas being able to get those opening picks as soon as he got the operator in his hands, and just being able to not carry the team, but very much push them forward into a position where they felt more comfortable. We have an interview ready now with Zeke. So, Zeke, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello, guys. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Lovely, lovely. I can hear you indeed. So, walk me through that veto real quick, because it was very different from you guys. Was that on purpose to throw off C10 with, obviously, they'd adapted to your Pearl and they'd done a lot better last time around, or were you just feeling adventurous today?
I mean, it's because we started to ban Pearl, because our Pearl at the beginning looked insane, now it's not, so we had to obviously practice other maps, we had to change some comps to make them better. So our veto today was very expected. I don't think we made it only for Z10.
Fair enough. I mean, you finally got the win on Haven against Z10. You've lost already twice against them. What do you think was the one thing, or maybe multiple things, that you fixed during this week to finally get that win after such a struggle?
I think we stopped overthinking that we are playing against tier 1 best team, like Heretics or something. I think that was in our minds, I don't know, we just played like we always played against the better people, and now we started to play to win, and we had more confidence. I think that's what made us win today for the first time on Haven.
I mean, it really showed on the server, that confidence, just pushing deep and all of that.
Yep.
I'm gonna throw you one maybe a tricky question, maybe not. You have obviously played under multiple coaches. Now you have Legia as your coach. Is there something especially that Legia brings to the table with over decade of experience that you maybe wouldn't get from another coach?
I mean, that's exactly what you said. I think what he brings the most out of any coach that I ever played with is that he probably has more experience than all of us combined, in esports. So that's what's making us improve all the time. He knows how the team mechanism works. He knows, what to do when we're fighting. He knows what to do when we are, I don't know, too scared. And he's just giving really good, impactful information for us how to improve.
Great. Clearly. Well, so before, once again, you can look forward to Challengers EMEA, obviously. Congratulations on getting there. Hopefully your head's still in kind of the league that you're in at the moment. You still got a few games to play. What's the outlook towards the rest of the playoffs? Is there a team that you're hoping to come up against in the finals if you do manage to take away the win against Metasport?
No, I don't think we have like some natural enemy for us now. Maybe Z10 was the natural enemy because we played them already twice. But I don't think anyone from us like even know too much like the teams that we're gonna be facing more in advancement. So like we're just gonna play our game, you know. I think today we played like we were supposed to play from the beginning, you know, and we are not like obviously playing like that. I think we are overthinking up to this point, and today like it felt really good and comfortable for me to play, and I think for everyone also. So it's a really good improvement.
Great. Yeah, it is definitely a good improvement, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys play against Metasport very shortly. So congratulations on the win. Hopefully you can carry on that kind of momentum throughout the rest of the playoffs.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right, lovely. And yeah, once again, I'm not even looking for a specific player, a specific team in the finals. Just looking forward to beating Metasport there and just going through it. I mean, to be fair, once you've played that many games, even obviously org rivalry aside, just in this playoffs against the same team, I think you kind of develop a grudge against them quite quickly. So that was probably very satisfying.
Yeah, I think they were probably happy that they are kind of over with Zero Tenacity knocked out of this tournament right now, and they're gonna look for another team to beat. And I think that's one of the best things to hear. Obviously, with multiple years of experience played in Tier 1, they don't really care who they are up against. They just want to play their own game. Obviously they might do some anti-stratting and looking what the enemy team is going to do. Legia is probably going to do a lot of that legwork, but you just want to focus on your game, bring up your A game. And I'm always happy to see happy, smiling players. And Zeke, from even that map 1, before that map 1, you already saw that he's bringing good, positive attitude for the team, and that's always happy to see from these teams.
Yeah, well, they've got some more games coming up. We've got some more games coming up. Not today.
Yeah.
We'll give you a little break before we get going on things. But let's take a look at the bracket and see how things are developing. Our top 4 have been set in stone. Our top 4 teams going to Challengers EMEA there in the upper bracket and in the lower bracket. So next up, we will have both of those games. We've got Metasport versus Enterprise Esports after today's action. And Checkmate versus Team Liquid Academy will be in the upper bracket as well. So we will have we'll know who's going to be in our third game by then. And you know what, I don't know, everybody has changed up their everybody's all over the place in terms of whether they're winning, whether they're losing. Obviously Enterprise Esports and Z10 trading wins back and forth, and we really couldn't separate Metasport and Sweet and Sour until today. So things are looking exciting, and I do think tomorrow's matchups are going to be, both of them, really, really exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. It's going to start with a banger. Checkmate versus Team Liquid. I think that's one of the most exciting matches that I'm ready to see, because Checkmate has shown a lot of good performance. Obviously, I think this was a team that I wasn't kind of familiar with before this season, but they have brought everything into this, and I think they have really solid chance against Team Liquid Academy. Maybe even favors on that. Maybe.
Well, I hope you guys at home are just as excited for that game as MP and I am. That's how the words work. But either way, that's going to be it for us tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been lovely. You can check out the socials down there. Check out VODs. Everything is available for you on that one. But we're going to sign off for tonight and get ready for the show tomorrow. Hopefully you guys will join us for that one as well. Goodbye.
See you tomorrow.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. Look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made